and put them. I'm going to record all of these and put them on our YouTube channel. So I think Maritza is going to have a time that she's not going to be here for a little bit. So you'll be able to make up for it by going on and watching whatever you missed. So that won't hold you up. But at the end of the 5 days, we would be able to say that you are all adoption competent. And on our website, we will list you. We have all of your pictures. We're updating the website right now, so don't look at it. But we'll have all of your pictures on the website, and under the pictures, it will say adoption competent therapist. So when the case managers are looking to see who in our agency is adoption competent, we like to say all of you are. So let me go back and share the screen again. Okay, can everybody see the screen that says the psychology of adoption?
Yes.
Okay, good. The way we're going to do this is that we will take a break in the morning so that you can use the restroom, check your messages, whatever. We do, since most of you are here on Zoom, we do a short lunch break so that you can grab your lunch and do whatever you're going to do. And hopefully we will be finishing up by 3 o'clock. I've done this course so many times that I have kind of learned over time what's important to tell you and what isn't. Some of what Rutgers put together, which it was 12 years ago, is very, very dated. So I don't spend a lot of time on the stuff that I think is dated. I'm going to spend time on what I think you need to know in order to work with adoptive families. But before we start, is there anybody here that has a personal story of adoption? Or is anybody here adopted? Do you have friends that have adopted? Is there anybody here that has some personal connection with the adoption concept in general?
Well, years and years ago, I did work in a ministry where with unwed mothers, so several of them adopted. But right now, I have a case right now of a child who has been with his grandparents for 3 years, and he's finally in the adoption process, and it should finish in a month.
Okay. I haven't I haven't heard that expression unwed mothers in a long time, but I probably am in your age range. So
Yeah.
I worked at a home for unwed mothers in Troy, New York.
Wow.
You have to remember that even though we're in this difficult situation with abortion right now, that in the 70s, abortion was illegal. And I worked in Massachusetts, and it was legal in Connecticut. So girls who were trying to get abortions would try to go over the border to Connecticut to get abortions. But it was also a political and moral and social climate in which girls who got pregnant shamed their families, and they went into what were called homes for unwed mothers. They gave birth. Many of them, most of them, gave up the babies for adoption. So which is why if you are in the age range that I am and you remember that, that's why I find what's going on right now so difficult, because we thought we left that behind 50 years ago and we didn't. So, but thank you for sharing that. That's an interesting story. And I know that the GALs get involved with the adoptions. Carol Parham is our West Coast program manager, and she is on the ARC review committee over in for the SCC. And obviously, most of those are disputed adoptions or adoptions where there's more than one party that wants the child. And when we first started letting her do the ARC reviews, we thought it would be just an interesting thing for her to do. Well, now she's there all the time. She spends a lot of time with them, and they're very difficult cases. And I'm sure the GALs that are here with us today can attest to that. They're tough when there's more than one party that wants the child, or there's some dispute about whether or not this party should adopt because 40 years ago they got stopped and for a DUI or whatever. But so how we're going to do this today, this first module is really an overview. We're going to just talk about what happens to adoptions in general, what happens when they disrupt, why do they disrupt, what is our role as the therapist in trying to pull these families together. When we come back from our morning break, I will show you our YouTube channel, because our YouTube channel is very large right now. We have a lot of playlists for the therapists to go on and pick up books that they can use with the kids and so forth. But it started in 2017, I think, as we filmed a series of 15-minute vignettes for adoptive parents to just talk about some of the common problems that they might be having. And that was how that started. And it's kind of how we got into adoption in general, and on a deeper dive than a lot of agencies. But we're going to kind of talk in general about a lot of these things. I'm going to show you some videos. A lot of the videos that we're going to see today, I don't know if you can see this, there it is from Adopt Us Kids, Adopt US Kids. There's also a lot of them on YouTube, but we're going to see a lot of vignettes of successful adoptive parents. And after the 5 days of looking at the vignettes of successful adoptive parents, you're going to ask me why I am showing you these, because the ones that you are dealing with are not going to be as easy. But we want to remember that there are many, many successful adoptions. We can get into a skewed kind of perspective because of the difficulties that we have. But all right, hold on. And what the reason I want you to see this is the introduction to Adopt US Kids, but you're going to be surprised at the misconceptions that the general public has about adoption.
Interest in adoption, you're not alone. Studies have shown more than 80 million American adults have considered creating or extending their family through adoption. In America today, more than 500,000 children are in foster care, and more than 100,000 of those children are waiting right now for adoptive families. Who are these children? They're kids of all ages, toddlers to teens. They may have been removed from their family because of abuse, neglect, or abandonment, but they have one thing in common: the need for a safe and loving family. You may be someone who's considered adopting or becoming a foster parent. It's an important decision, and you probably have many questions. Here's what some people are saying.
Yes, I have thought of it some. In my situation, it probably wouldn't be the best interest because I am a single person. I don't have any children or husband. So in my current situation now, it probably wouldn't be the best thing, but I've always thought it's pretty neat. It would be better if they could get two parents, probably.
If I was young and needed a baby, yes, I certainly would.
It's crossed my mind once or twice.
Yeah, we have two kids, and we've thought very much about it. In fact, we've been thinking about adoption, not foster care, but adoption for probably 4 or 5 years now.
I would go to either China or Romania.
There's a lot of red tape involved. I know sometimes couples have trouble adopting here in the US. That's why they go a lot overseas, because it's easier to get a child there.
Well, yeah, I know that the process itself could become long and tedious, could be a bit expensive.
I've heard it's very expensive to adopt a child here, and a lot of parents get turned down.
I heard it's like $10,000.
I've heard it could be expensive. Yes. $10,000-$20,000 maybe.
When the kids, they start growing up, they want to know about their parents.
What was the family history of the parents or the child before they were adopted? And, is the child, going to have some issues because of that?
I don't have a lot of knowledge about special needs children. I imagine those are kids that maybe, I hate to use the word, but kind of mentally unstable, or maybe retardation or something of that nature.
Many of these children have come from an environment of violence, and you don't want that in your home.
And I think a lot of parents or people that want to be parents have a fear of adopting children that are older, that are not infants.
And teenagers have so many issues to start with. I think for most people, managing their own is hard enough. Thinking of having someone else's is huge. Foster care is something that
we might consider doing at some point. Probably not now.
We've talked about it on a number of occasions. We've just never done anything to follow through.
Unfortunately, I don't know very much about foster care, so I don't.
Well, I think for me, and I have thought about doing foster care before, and I've talked to Robert about it before, but it's the emotional attachment and the background that comes with the child. And you tend to get attached and you never know with the system. It seems like many of them do go back into that situation, and it's something that we would feel helpless. So I think that would be something that I would definitely have a struggle with.
My husband, when I asked him about foster parenting, he said that's the one reason he did not think he could do it, is because it would break his heart to bond with a child and know that they could possibly be going back into a situation that may not be healthy for the child.
Majority of your foster kids would tend to be kids that have possibly gotten into trouble.
The people that are taking these kids into their home, they don't know what to expect. They don't know what kind of damage mentally, psychologically these kids are going through, and they're bringing that into their home. So I've heard some horror stories about what these kids have done to the families.
Tendency to act out, that sort of thing, just be your typical bad child. It'd be really hard for your friends. A lot of people wouldn't understand them acting out or anything like that.
But at the same token, I've heard horror stories from the kids as to the way they were treated by these people who, again, as I said earlier, just wanted money and really didn't care about their well-being at all.
As you can see, you're not alone. Some of these same questions or concerns may have crossed your mind, or the thought of going through the adoption process may just seem overwhelming. To help prepare you for your journey, we'd like to give you a personal look into the lives of families who have walked the road of adoption and foster care. You will hear stories from adoptive and foster parents, their doubts and fears, and their joys and successes. You will also hear from children, those adopted, and what that has meant for them, as well as those still waiting in foster care, who look to the future with uncertainty. So we invite you to go on a journey that will give you a better understanding of what it's like to be an adoptive or foster parent. We think you will enjoy exploring all of the stories. And later, we'll explain how you can get involved and take the next steps on the road to adoption and foster care.
Now, possibly because I have seen this so many times, but it is a miracle to my mind that anybody ever adopts with people like this who are these people are just like you and I. These are people that they come up to in a mall and they're trying to get their opinions about things. But what did you hear a lot of these people say about kids that are available for adoption?
That they come with emotional issues.
Which they do, of course. As we get into this, most of the kids that we are going to deal with are kids that are going to be adopted out of the child welfare system. We're going to talk a little bit about international adoptions. And Rebecca, I feel bad with my back to you all the time. So feel free to say anything you wish. You're not on a mic. A lot of people have the misconception that children that are for adoption are going to be problematic children. Well, of course, these are kids that have come from very difficult circumstances. But I think if you really listen to a lot of these people, they weren't saying these are kids that have had a difficult background. They weren't saying these are kids that have probably suffered. They were saying kind of these are bad kids. And who would want to have bad kids in their home? There's also that whole thought about how expensive it is to adopt and how difficult it is to adopt. It is difficult. You do have to go through a home study. You do have to prove that you are capable of taking care of a child and you have the means to take care of a child. But there are so many people that wait for adoptions that never happen. I'm going to show you as we go on. There's another video that talks about that. The people talk about the fact that they're waiting and they're not hearing back from the adoption agencies. So there are things on both sides that affect our ability to do that. And we're in Florida, and Florida is not resource rich in terms of services for children. There are not adoption agencies on every corner in Florida. So You as child welfare therapists and as GALs are going to much more deal with the difficult parts of adoption. So the more you understand about it and the more you understand that it's pretty normal. What we try to say to our therapists is that if we give you a case and you get out there and the adoptive parents are shaky saying, I don't know if this is what I really wanted to do, and the kid is saying, I don't know that I really want to stay with these people, what we really have to do is to say, this is all normal stuff. This is very normal when you adopt a child. This is not like giving birth and bringing home your baby. It's just different. And we have to recognize that and help people to understand that it is not abnormal to have doubts. One of the times that I've done a lot of presentations at things like the Child Welfare Summit and the Florida Coalition for Children. And I don't even remember which one it was, but I was doing a presentation on adoption, and I had a very large group in the room, probably had 250 people. So I always start out these trainings by saying, well, who's in the room? Do we have therapists? Do we have case managers? Do we have lawyers, GALs? And nobody raised their hand. And I finally said, who are you? And they were all adoptive parents that had come to this training. And they really wanted to know if, in fact, what they were going through was normal. And one lady said she had adopted 7 children. She was young, a young woman to have that many kids. And I said, tell me a little bit about your first adoption. And she said, well, with my first adoption, I spent the first 6 months sitting in the closet, crying and eating chocolate. And of course, everybody laughed. But that kind of says it. There's a lot to deal with. And the biggest thing for those of you working with adoptive families is that you got to understand that most of these people have not grown up in dreadful circumstances. They have not been subjected to child abuse and neglect. The majority of people who are adopting from our child welfare system really haven't been exposed to the tragedies that come out of child welfare. So education, helping them to understand that, helping them to understand that these kids' reactions are pretty normal and they will change, is kind of our main goal with doing this. So, having said all that, let us move along. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this. These are just overviews. And again, this is from the original Rutgers training. So a lot of these stats are old. That's why I don't spend a lot of time on them, but some of them have changed, and I'll tell you where they have changed. That when I looked to see what the current stats are, in 2023, we did have about 425,000 kids in foster care across the United States. That number, when you look at it, has gone down just a little tiny bit, but not much. I think when this video that I just showed you was filmed, it's probably about 10 years old. And she said there's 500,000 kids in foster care. That number's gone down a little bit, not much. In 2023, we had 122,000 kids waiting to be adopted. In Florida, we adopted 3,600 kids from foster care. And that is not a number that's as big as we would like it to be. But when you say 2 to 4% of children in the United States are adopted, I would guess that number has probably gone up since then. We have a lot more public awareness of foster care and adoption, and the people that are adopting, the demographics of those who are adopting has changed a lot in the last 10 years. And we're going to look at some of that too. This has changed. This says, when it says adoption breakdown by race, that approximately 50% are Caucasian. I think we're seeing a lot more people of color adopting than we were before. We have a lot more latitude in terms of who we let adopt. Certain states, we've certainly gone back and forth on the gay issue, but certain states allow gay couples to adopt, certain states don't. Florida does. But we have seen a shift in this, where it used to be mostly middle-class white people that adopted, and we're seeing a lot more people of color. We're also seeing a lot more people adopting out of foster care than we did before. And this goes back to Charmaine's point. When it says 20% of infants were placed for adoption from the mid-50s to the early 70s, that was that period of time that she's talking about with the homes for the unwed mothers. And at that point, I entered the adoption field in mid-70s. I was working in Catholic Charities in Troy, New York. And we worked for both sides of the spectrum. We had the unwed mothers coming in and we did the adoptions. So it was a full service. They would come in, the girls would place their babies for adoption and the young couples would adopt them. This obviously dropped as abortion legalized and the stigma about keeping your babies went down. We saw a big shift in this. So when I talk to pre-adoptive parents who start out, as you'll see on some of these videos, everybody seems to start out wanting a baby. Well, there's not a lot of babies available for adoption. So what we saw happening as there were fewer babies available, that the child welfare system became the source of choice. So we saw a lot of parents finally saying, well, okay, you know, maybe I don't need to have that baby experience. And Maritza has a baby experience right now, so maybe she's wondering why you would want to have a baby experience. But everybody wanted a baby, especially think about people who adopt. What is the number one reason why couples without children are going to want to adopt? What do you think would be the number one problem that they're having, which is why they have sought adoption?
Maybe they're infertile.
Exactly. Infertility is the number one reason why couples without children come into the adoptive field and they want a baby. And it's important to recognize that because in your work as therapists and GALs, that's going to come up. That's a huge issue in helping adoptive parents adjust to this child that they have, because there's always that ghost in the nursery. There's always that baby that they couldn't have, that they think is a perfect baby. And now they get this child that is not a perfect child, and they struggle with that. So it's one of the things that we go over and over and over when we're training our therapists, that you have got to understand what impact infertility has on a couple. But we also began to see African-American women began to keep their children. And now here we are in 2024, whatever side of the abortion dilemma you sit on, we have definitely changed and gone back to where we were in the 70s. What I think is probably going to happen, and I think we're going to see it happen, is not so much that there's going to be an increase in babies available for adoption. If you follow any of the things that go on in legislature, Governor DeSantis just signed a bill, I think it was 2 days ago, that said that with the safe return for a baby, you can return a baby to a firehouse or a hospital or a other designated safe spot up to the age of 7 days, and you will have no repercussions for that. Well, that law is now changed, and you can return a baby up to 30 days without facing any kind of legal ramifications. But that's about all that I've seen so far from the change, and we'll probably see more things, but that's one thing that did change. If you look at the age breakdown, this is pretty accurate. 37% of all adoptions are very young children. Most people are looking for children under the age of 5. That's how they start. They may not end up there, but that's how people start. They want young children. So what does that mean for the older kids? It means the older you are, the less chance you have of being adopted. And most people want girls. Those of you who have girls probably wonder why that is the case. But most people think that girls are going to be easier than boys. When I moved to Florida, which was in 1998, I went to work for a children's home, and I had a cottage full of girls and I had a cottage full of boys. And there was 13 to 15-year-old girls in one cottage and 13 to 15-year-old boys in another cottage. I would have taken 113 of those boys over those girls because those girls were just full of drama all the time. But people who have never had kids don't know that. So, and it is unfortunate for the boys because they're much more likely to stay in foster care. Our hope for adoptions for our boys are either relatives or non-relatives, or foster homes that have decided they've had them for a very long time and they want to keep them. And we're going to get into the statistics on kids who age out of foster care, which are absolutely dismal. So if you as a therapist, and we have them here at Circle of Friends, if you get a case where you got a 15-year-old kid who's been in foster care for a while, who says, I'm just going to age out. I don't want to be adopted. I know they want to adopt me. I don't want anything to do with it. It's really hard for therapists to sit on their hands with something like that, because we know that if that 15-year-old boy ages out of foster care, his chances for success plummet to nothing. And adoption, as you're older, you will see as we talk about this, people have different expectations when they adopt older kids, and older kids have different expectations. And if you can get those expectations to kind of line up, where you as a 15-year-old are kind of looking for somebody that you can come back and have Thanksgiving dinner with, and you as an adoptive parent are really just looking to guide a child's life, then you got a success. But we find that boys are much more likely to end up in foster care, and that's not good. It's not, the statistics are awful with those kids. This is a 2000 census, and we're not going to spend much time on it because it's changed dramatically in the last 24 years. Asia used to be our primary source for adoptions. We're also going to see that people going to other countries to get, quotes, babies has gone down a whole lot, for a lot of reasons. I mean, look at the world. The world is so unstable. Ukraine used to be a very big, if you want to call it a baby market. The Ukraine used to have a lot of children available for adoption. Romania used to have a lot of children available for adoption. Russia did, but it becomes a political tool where countries will say, we won't release our children unless you give us aid to arms or whatever. So a lot of that has changed. And I'm not going to spend much time on this. We'll talk about this later. There's not a lot of difference. This hasn't changed much. Every state adopts. There's no one state that adopts more than others. And we're going to see that there's a lot more interracial adoption, a lot more domestic interracial adoption than there used to be. Our laws have changed. Our ways of looking at that have changed. And we will spend some time on interracial adoption because we have to look differently at adopting a Black child into a white home or a white child into a Hispanic home. When we did it many years ago, the whole mantra that we said was color doesn't matter, culture doesn't matter, it matters 1000%. So we will talk about how we as therapists are going to deal with domestic interracial adoption. And again, this has changed. We are seeing a whole lot more African-American, non-white, non-African-American adopting than we did in 2000. Which should tell you something if you're kind of discouraged about the state of our country right now and how divided we are and how politically divisive we are. At least if there's one thing I get out of this is that we have developed a little bit more tolerance for other people. and that has allowed this to open up a little bit. And when I say that, I realize it sounds contradictory, but you in the human service field, you in the child welfare field, you have got to stay in front of this. You've got to remain culturally aware. You've got to remain racially aware. It's just, you can't be in this field if you're not going to do that. And this is still true. We're seeing a lot more females than males. And I have to get past these statistics because some of them are old. All right. Where are we getting our kids? Kids adopted from Florida's foster care system. That's where our adoptive pool is coming from. And those of you, I don't know how long Charmaine and Ashley have been GALs. I know that Shantaria is kind of new to us. Maritza is not new to us, and Rebecca is somewhat new to us. Maritza has worked as a child welfare worker, so she knows that the difficulties of kids coming into foster care are very different than the problems that you're going to have with your own child that you're raising. So, but what we're seeing is that there are what we consider special needs groups, and large sibling groups are considered difficult to place. Older kids are considered difficult to place. African American males, very difficult if they're older, and kids who have special needs. These are all special needs adoptions. And when we go to things like the summit and we see the Heart Gallery, they always have the Heart Gallery set up at the Child Welfare Summit with these lovely pictures that are almost full size of the children. And they're always posed, they're lovely pictures. There's little things next to them saying, you know, Johnny is 14 and he came into the foster care system when he was 8, and he's a high-spirited little boy. And you have to kind of read that he's probably got ADHD. And there's a lot of attempts to place these hard to place kids, but they're hard to place, and they end up often aging out of foster care. Charmaine, you mentioned that you're working on a case now. How old is that child?
He is 6. And he's been with his grandparents for 3 years, so his grandparents are adopting him.
And is there any impediment to that?
Well, it took 3 years because trying to get the parental rights terminated. And that finally happened. And so we're finally going through the adoption now.
Well, you know, those of you who have been in child welfare for a while, we know that Florida has the 12-month permanency rule, and the 12-month permanency rule is not a rule, because if it takes you 3 years to get your child through the foster care system and released for adoption, there's one impediment right after another, which makes it very difficult. Now, you take a 6-year-old child who's been with grandparents. What if that was a disputed adoption? We've had a lot of those where kids have been in a foster home for most of their little tiny life, and then a grandparent comes along that we didn't know we had and wants to adopt. And then you get into that yin and yang, and what's best for this child who knows nobody else in his life except for the foster parents. They're difficult decisions, and that's why we have GALs, and that's why we have therapists. So what happened? I don't even know what year this was, but the average dissolution rate across the United States is maybe in the low 20s. May not even be as high as that. But at one point in Florida, the dissolution rate was 42%. That's almost half of all adoptions. And this is 2024. I'm trying to think when I was originally involved in this. It might have been 2009, because we started Circle of Friends in 2009. And I began to look at, I was actually had a cubicle over at the CBC of Seminole at the time. So the adoption worker sat next to me, and she invited me a couple of times to come into these meetings where pre-adopted parents would come in. And there was one group that I remember thinking none of these people are going to last, because they all had such unrealistic expectations of what was going to happen in their adoptions. And in fact, I think of the 5 families, 4 of them dissolved very quickly, because we ended up trying to work with them as therapists, and not having had the wisdom of this training, I don't think we quite knew how to intervene quickly and try to save the adoptions. But I can tell you the one family that I looked at and said, these people will survive the adoption, is that they were both teachers. If you do this work long enough, you will see that teachers adopt a lot. Because why are they teachers? They're teachers because they like kids. And they are with kids all day and they have a tendency to be in the high numbers of adoption. But this young couple were teachers and they had put together a book of resources. They were going to adopt a little girl. I think she was maybe 10, 12. And they had a list of resources and they showed them to me. They had cut out advertisements for yoga and dancing and gymnastics and all these other things. But they also said to me, well, as soon as we get her, we're going to switch her into our insurance. We have Blue Cross and we're going to switch her into our insurance because this is what we call claiming an adoption. Claiming is saying this child is mine and I want this child to have my insurance, my name, all of that kind of thing. And I remember saying to them, don't switch her into Blue Cross because kids that grow up in foster care or have that awful start in life with abuse and neglect and drugs and all that other stuff and spend time in foster care, their immune systems get weakened and they get sick more than other kids. And things like Sunshine Child Welfare, and before that it was Magellan, are much more geared to working with children in foster care. Blue Cross, and I remember nothing against Blue Cross, but I remember saying to this couple, Blue Cross probably doesn't care about your child's mental health as much as the child welfare system does. So you're going to face heavy deductibles, you're going to face copays if you switch them into Blue Cross. Just leave them in the child welfare plan. Well, they did. And this family ended up with us for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. It was a successful adoption. They did a really good job with this little girl, but they expected normal problems. So we did the first round of therapy and she was stable and they were stable and off they went. And then every 6 or 7 months, the mom would call and say, I think she needs a little tune-up. So they would bring her in for 3 or 4 sessions. We would all meet as a family. We would find out what the normative issue was at the moment, and then they would go on. When I last saw them, I think the child had been there for 4 years and things seemed quite stable. But they were realistic. They had realistic expectations about what was going to happen. So we do this training because we want you guys to learn how to help an adoptive family match up their expectations so that the adoption can go on. Okay, before we get into the next section, anybody have anything that they want to add about any case that they've had? I'm more than happy to hear what you do because otherwise this is going to be 6 hours of me blathering at you and you might get a little bored after a while. Do any of you have, I know that Rebecca and Maritza and Shantiria are new. Do any of you have adoptive cases right now?
I do.
Somebody just said something.
Sorry, it was me. I do. I have a kiddo in the process.
Let me turn your sound down a little. Or maybe you can turn your sound down a little. Go ahead, Maritza.
Yeah, I have a kiddo right now who's in the process of being adopted. They're really just waiting on her papers. She's in the child welfare system, but her family is originally from Guatemala. So it's a lengthier process for them, but so far so good.
I think I know the case you're talking about. We gave you that case because the child was Spanish speaking, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, we have gotten a few from those third world countries lately, and they're a whole different can of worms, actually, because, so to speak, just because those kids are coming from different cultural backgrounds that can be dangerous and difficult. And a lot of those, when you talk about the border crisis, a lot of these parents are trying to get away from very difficult political situations. So those kids have kind of a different level of trauma that you're dealing with. And
Definitely. And funny enough, that's my baby. Funny enough, the dad is actually a teacher and mom is works at a daycare. So there go your teachers again.
well, you're going to find a lot of teachers adopt. You're going to find a lot of people like us adopt. And why is that? Because we're with kids all the time. And we have a much more realistic expectation of what these kids are going to be like. We'll get into teachers because teachers, my sister was a teacher for 37 years. I started out as a teacher. Teachers are good because they're very structured. Usually teachers are very structured. They're very, and they know how they want things to go. The difficulty that we have with the teachers is that they're too structured, and sometimes they're really, they want these kids to do well in school because that's their value system. And one of the most common conversations we have with new adoptive parents that are teachers is to just settle down and let them get used to you. And then the A's and the B's, they'll come later. But you're going to find as you go along with this that the teachers, you're going to have very predictable conversations with teachers about, you know, the A's and the B's will come, but right now they just need to get used to you. So, and Rebecca, what were you going to say?
I don't think I have any adoptive families actually, but I have 3 foster care.
Okay.
Yeah, but one's relatively new, so the case just opened in February. She was removed from mom and she's with dad. And then I have 2 twin girls who are 8 and they've been with their grandmother since they were 3.
Okay.
And then one teenage girl who I think just got placed in foster care, but I haven't met her yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you will get them.
Yeah.
We do a lot of adoptive work. So if you're going to stay with Circle of Friends, you're going to get adoptive cases. And that's why we want you to know how to do it once you get them. So we're going to talk about the adoptive process a little bit. We certainly have seen a huge increase in kids being adopted by their foster parents. And the whole adoption thing has really opened up. We see families of color adopting, we see single parents adopting. I can tell you back in the probably the 80s and the 90s, I was working in different capacities in the child welfare system at that time. I was a CPI, I was a case manager. But what we tended to see, it was kind of stereotypical, is that it was the white middle-class families that were adopting. The dad was a truck driver, the mom was a housewife. They were very, very 80s and 90s stereotypical. And they knew nothing about where these kids came from, which is really part of the problem, is that they didn't understand. And we didn't understand how to explain it to them, that these kids came from a whole different background. And that whole Leave It to Beaver, Brady Bunch mentality was not in their thought process at all. So, but we've seen a big increase in just breaking out who adopts, as opposed to that earlier slide that I showed you that said that it was all white people. And there are a lot of different types of adoptions. We tend to see the traditional and open more than anything else. But we're going to spend some time on the domestic transracial because that has really changed the paradigm, and we need to be aware of it when we're working with families. The most traditional, the easiest probably is the traditional adoption. And traditional adoptions are probably easier for adoptive parents because they're less threatening. With traditional adoptions, you adopt your child and that child does not go back to their biological family. Is that realistic? No, it's not. Because if you're adopting a kid that's 12 or 13, they know who their parents are. They know where they came from. And one of the most difficult things, and you'll see when I show you our YouTube playlist, the one that gets played the most is called The Search. Because if you adopt a child that does know where they came from, they are more than likely, as they get older, try to figure out where those people are. And that is a difficult part of adoption, that a lot of adoptive parents have a really hard time with that. There's not that many infants available for adoption. And what we're going to find is that people, even in traditional adoptions, there's a lot more interracial adoption than there used to be. When I mentioned that I worked at Catholic Charities, white people adopted white people. There were I don't think I ever remember in that era. I had one Hispanic family, and I don't think we ever saw a Black family in Catholic Charities. But 1974 was a long time ago, and it's when we were in the beginning of looking at some of this. But there was one young family, and I remember them very well because they came in, we did the adoptive home study. They seemed very open to taking anything, and we didn't place kids that were other races at that point. And a baby came in through the adoption end of things that was biracial. The baby was half Hispanic, half Black. And in 1974, that would have been an absolutely impossible child to place. And I remember calling these people and bringing them in, and they had been waiting for a while. And I said, fully expecting them to say no, I said, okay, we have a baby boy. I think he was maybe 2-3 weeks old at that point. And he's healthy. But he is a biracial baby. He's half Black, he's half Hispanic. And they just looked at each other and said, okay. And so we placed that baby. And I followed them for about a year. And I remember successes. I have had a lot of failures, but I like to remember my successes. And I do remember thinking, these people are going to make this, because this was well before the time that we were teaching people how to do this. And they were very open, they were very accepting. They knew that they were going to have challenges. They knew that they were going to face prejudice, but they were willing to do it. And a lot of what you need in a successful adoption is flexibility, and openness, and a sense of humor. And I don't know if any of you have ever been a part of an open adoption. Open adoptions in different areas can be very, very successful, but you have to have a certain kind of adoptive family to successfully manage an open adoption. There is an agency that is still up in Daytona Beach called Neighbor to Family. Neighbor to Family, I think it was Whole House in Chicago. They based their model on Whole House in Chicago. Actually, the man who started Neighbor to Family was the Secretary of Health and Human Services in Illinois. At the time, he moved here to Florida and started an agency called Neighbor to Family. And his concept was that children do better in an adoptive home if they are able to maintain contact with their biological family. So he had a really unique model where when children came into foster care, the adoptive parent worked with the biological parent. They didn't cut them off. And the biological parents would come for Thanksgiving or Christmas or birthdays or whatever. And they kind of had the adoption triad. The adoption triad that we refer to is the biological family, the adoptive family, and the child. And I worked at Neighbor to Family for, I don't know, 3 years. And I saw many successes of older children who were adopted into adoptive families, but they still had their biological family. Now, that is not an easy thing to accomplish, but these people were trained, they were open to the concept, they were willing to mentor and keep the biological family, because the expectation is that these people aren't going away. So when we talk about the adoption triad and we talk about it with our families in therapy, if you're an adoptive family, you've got to accept the fact that the adoption triad is never going away. even if you adopt a child at the age of 1 day, they're always going to have a biological family. And as they get older, they're always going to wonder, who are these people and what are they like? And that's why people search for their biological roots. That's why we have 23andMe, and that's why we have the adoption registry, and that's why we have whatever that other DNA thing is. People want to know where they came from. So open adoption does allow the child to maintain that relationship. It sometimes can be hard to manage over time, because think about who these kids are coming from. They're very often coming from difficult backgrounds. If you think about those of you who've been in child welfare for a while, would anybody like to venture a guess? What is the number one reason the kids are coming into foster care now, and probably has been like that for maybe the last 10 years?
Drugs.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Opioid addiction has fueled our foster care system for the last 10 years, and it's not getting better. If you follow the whole opioid thing, I think in 2021, 100,000 people died of drug overdoses, which is more than people who died of COVID-19. And I think last year, 112,000 people died of drug overdoses. So it's not getting better. And what we see are that these kids come into foster care, and this is part of another training, but kids who come into foster care who have been in opioid situations are different than the kids that came into foster care because they were abused. The kids who come from opioid backgrounds have gotten nothing. Their parents have given them almost nothing. And they come into foster care, they don't know how to do things like, a lot of them haven't been toilet trained. They don't know how to do things like brush their teeth or comb their hair. They don't know what foods are. We've had many foster parents talk about bringing kids in and putting them at the table with chicken and broccoli, and the kids won't eat it because they don't know what it is. Opioid addiction creates a different kind of neglected child. So that's why that can be hard to manage over time, one of the reasons. But there are many things that are good about open adoption. Let me get to the next thing. The Florida, those of you who work, especially the JLs, probably know that we have a reunion registry in Orlando. The Florida Adoption Reunion Registry is, the office is in Orlando, and you as a birth parent, as an adoptive parent, as a child, you can all register with the reunion registry. And at a certain time, if you as a biological parent register and say, when my child turns 14, my records can be released to my child. When my child turns 18, my records can be released. A lot of people have been able to reconnect with families. And sometimes that's all the adoptive child wants. That's all the adoptive child wants, is to know where they came from. So the Florida Reunion Registry is really a very good service for us to be aware of. They, again, typically set up at the summit. Those of you who go to the Florida Children's Summit every year, they often will do presentations. They did a presentation a couple of years ago with a 50-year-old adoptive man who had had a successful adoption, loved his adoptive parents, but as he grew older, he just wanted to know where his parents came from. And he tried the 23andMe, and he tried the other one whose name I'm blocking right now. And he said it was just, I would get things back. I would get reports that I had this in my DNA and that. But he said, I just wanted to find my parents. And he did find them. I think the biological father might have been dead when he found them, because he was in his 50s. But he said he was able, through the reunion registry, to reconnect with his biological mother, who was in an assisted living facility at the time, was suffering from dementia. But he was able to have a couple of months with her before she died. And as he said, all I really wanted to know was where that connection came from. I didn't disrespect my adoptive parents. I didn't want them to think I didn't love them anymore. I just wanted to know where I came from. So that's open adoption. There are good and bad things about it. It can be managed as long as we understand what we're dealing with. Okay, we have special needs kids. We went over this before. There are some kids that are considered within the statute as being special needs. We are looking at kids that are permanently committed to DCF, and maybe they're difficult to adopt for several factors, but within statute, this is what our statute says are special needs adoptions. Kids that are 8 or older, that's not very old. So by the time you get to be 8, you're considered special needs. Certainly if you're developmentally disabled, if you've got any kind of a physical handicap, you're considered special needs. Black or mixed race are still very difficult, and sibling groups. The other thing about the neighbor to family concept was that they kept siblings together, and they adopted siblings as a group. They didn't separate them. And it was a wonderful concept. At one point, Neighbor to Family had offices all over the state of Florida. They're still in Daytona Beach. It's a wonderful concept. It was just extremely expensive. And as time went on, different CBCs didn't feel they could provide for that service anymore. But they did prove that you could keep siblings together. So if you're dealing with any of these kids, and I would say, well, Maritza's child from Guatemala certainly would be considered special needs just because of the background of the child. What we don't see here are babies. We just don't have a lot of babies available for adoption anymore. People are either keeping them because they feel like the social stigma is not there anymore. They're aborting them because I don't think abortions have gone down significantly despite what's happened with the overturn of Roe v. Wade. Or there's just, we don't seem to have people that are willing to give up their babies the way they were. So if you are an adoptive parent, this basically is this is your pool. This is what you're going to be picking from. And for those of us who are trying to help adoptive parents, this doesn't have to be less than. This doesn't have to be, these aren't as good as. These are kids that are in need of families that with proper guidance and emotional help will come to understand what families are. But the thing that you got to remember is that when they come to you, they don't know what families are. And then we have the passage of the Adoption and Safe Families Act, which it's supposed to limit the amount of time a child can stay in foster care. And yet Charmaine is saying she's had a child that's been in foster care for, well, not relative care, for 3 years. So our laws were put into place for a reason. Do they get followed all the time? They don't. And those of you who work your way through the family court system, at any point along the way, this can get stopped. Maybe a mother might work her case plan, get up to the 6-month review, then she drops off, then she relapses, or a father is incarcerated, and so that stops the case plan. Things can stop the case plan at any one of a number of places along the way. So we have a law that says you limit a time that the child can stay in foster care. Are we following the law? I bet all of us have had cases where children have been sitting in foster care or in a non-relative or relative placement for a very long time. Let me keep my eye on the time here because I want to give you guys a break. A lot of what we're going to talk about is how do you work with these families? And as we go on, we're going to help you set up treatment plans, for working with these families. But these are the basic things that you need to do when you get involved with these cases. The first thing you need to do is help your family develop realistic expectations. We now have several different grants at Circle of Friends that allow us to work with adoptive parents before they get their kids. And why is this important? It's super important because right now we don't take Blue Cross or Aetna or any of the commercial carriers. So when people identify as being pre-adoptive parents, typically they have a commercial carrier that we can't take. So until we got the grants, we were not able to work with them. Well, now we can. We can bring them in and number one, meet with them and say, what do you think this is going to be like? What do you expect this child is going to be like? And you will be surprised at the unrealistic expectations that a lot of people have for these kids. We're talking about our teachers. Our teachers want them to do well in school because that's their value set. They want them to get A's and B's. They will say, I know they can do it with proper help. They're just not applying themselves. Well, no, they don't even know what chicken and broccoli is, so they're not applying themselves to geography. But realistic expectations are important for the parents. They're also important for the kids. When you sit down with a child that's about to be adopted and say, what do you think this is going to be like? Most of these kids have come from nothing. They have no expectations for stability. They have no expectations of attachment. And attachment's going to come up a lot because, excuse me, kids who come into foster care have already had interrupted attachment. They've already lost their parents. They've already developed maladaptive behaviors. So do they expect that this is going to be a wonderful family? No, they don't. They don't expect anything. So helping the parents develop realistic expectations and the children is pretty important. And our second thing that we do as therapists, once we get that out of the way, is to look at attachment. How is this child? What has this child's background been with working with families? What is their attachment style? Do they have any expectation of attachment? More than likely, they don't. So one of the things we try to help adoptive parents to understand is maybe these kids are acting kind of detached from you because maybe they just don't know what to expect from you. And it takes a while. You know, you always try to say to your adoptive parents, you adopted a 10-year-old. It took him 10 years to get like this. He's not going to turn it around in 2 weeks. It just takes a while and you have to understand exactly what you're trying to get them to do, which I hope by the end of the 5 days you will. All right, let's talk about domestic transracial adoption because we're going to get into this. I'm going to show you a little video about this. But one of the things that has shifted in adoption in the last 10 years is that 80% of transracial adoptions used to be kids coming in from other countries. When we talk about China or Romania or the Ukraine or whatever, we're talking about bringing kids from a different country, a different language, a different culture, and bringing them over here for adoption. And maybe 10 years ago, that was 80% of all interracial adoptions. And 20% would be kids in our child welfare system that we are placing maybe a Black child with a white family. We thought that this was problem-free. It's not problem-free at all. It can be dealt with, but it's not problem-free. And the best way to deal with this, and for you to help your adoptive parents, is to help them understand the reality is that you cannot take a Black child and make him into a white child. You can't take a white child and make him into a Hispanic child. You got to recognize where those differences are and how to deal with them. All right, I'm going to show you this and then we're going to take a little break. I think I'm going to show you this. It's always interesting when it works the day before and then it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, you know what? Why don't we take our break now? Let me see if I can get this up, because I did want to show it to you. So it is 10 after. Why don't you guys come back at 20 after?
Okay.
I don't know why this isn't working. I can't find it one way. I'll find it another way.
It didn't work?
No, I don't know. It was perfectly fine yesterday, but that
Or-
happens all the
Yeah,
time.
so we're going. Right.
My journey in those.
I can't get it one way, I'll get it another way.
Found it. Oh, I'd never heard of neighborhood family before, but just on, I think Tuesday, I went to go meet with my new family and the dad has a case manager from neighborhood family.
Where are they from?
They live in Orlando. But I do think that the mom was maybe in St. Augustine or somewhere like that when the baby was, or the baby, she's not a baby, she's 9, but when she was removed,
Oh, so they probably carried the case.
maybe, but he's dad. So I don't know like why, because I don't know if it would be an open adoption. I mean, the case she was just removed from her mom in February, so it's brand new. But it was neighbor to family, so.
You know, I worked for them in their heyday and they
Yeah.
were a wonderful agency, but they were really expensive. And they had offices all through South Florida. They had it Gainesville, Jacksonville, everywhere.
Yeah.
But the CDCs didn't want to pay for it
Right.
and it really was expensive. But they kept siblings together. They kept biological parents and adoptive parents together. It
Yeah.
was just very successful. But we don't want to pay for stuff, so.
Yeah, yeah, because it sounds like a good program. I'm just wondering, like, if it's the same.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the
program.
same.
Yeah, and like how they're gonna, like, are they trying to keep mom involved but keep her with dad? I don't know, so, yeah.
Well, and you know, the model changed over time, so, and then they got into different services. Gordon Johnson was the man who founded it. He died about 5 years ago. He was elderly. So I don't know what they're doing now, but it was a super good program.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it before, so that was funny that you happened to mention it, and I was like, I just learned about that this week. Because he's all confused because he has two case managers, because he has Magdala, who is a case manager on one of my other cases. She's from Gulf Coast.
Gulf
Jewish.
Coast. Mhm.
Yeah, but then he's confused about why he has this other case manager from Neighbor to Family as well.
You probably should ask.
Yeah, but then it sounds like he asked one of them and they're like, oh, you don't need to talk to that other one. It sounds like a messy situation
Yeah.
altogether.
Well, and that would make it hard for you because you really need to know some of the background. Why are these people involved?
Yeah, well, he wanted to talk to me alone, apart from the daughter, so I learned a lot about like the case, but I'm getting it from his perspective.
Sure.
And Magdala is the one on my referral, so I might talk to her, but I did get him to sign a release for the case manager Neighbor to Family because she wants to know that he's engaged in counseling, so she was asking for my number.
Who is it? Do you remember her name?
I'm pretty sure I have it on the file. Also, for my twin girls, I went to go, so when they were 3, they were involved with Circle of Friends, I guess. And now they're 8. And I went back to go look at their comprehensive behavioral, and it was Mr. Beller who wrote it.
Oh, I bet, yeah. He wrote most of them.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so, because I did a different, like one of the blank consent. Oh, I didn't put the case manager's name, I just put Neighbor to Family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that he gave me that. I think he was just gonna give her number to me so she could reach out to me. So I'll wait and see if she
Well,
reaches out.
you probably would like to know why they're there.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird, and because I remember when he showed me the card, it said like, it said something to do with foster care or something like that. And I was like, well, Dad's not really foster care per se like that right now, but.
All right, I went into my video library. I don't know why the slide didn't open, but we got more than one way to do this, so. And this, I want you to just kind of pay attention to the people in this video. Because you have to be, if you're going to adopt a child of another race or culture, you just have to be aware of, you can do it and you can do it successfully and people do it successfully as long as you're aware that this is a different race and culture.
My journey in those years, I had to figure out my own path. I felt like I couldn't hang out with the white kids because I'm not white. I couldn't hang out with the black kids because I didn't talk black. I could code switch and I was able to maneuver my way around and get into those social groups, but I had to be on my own a lot. Oh my.
Honey, hi.
I knew from an early age that something was different. I would get made fun of all the time, like, oh, your parents are white, you're black, you talk this way, like, why are you doing that? It didn't really take a toll on me until probably high school. That's when it really started to form my feelings of anger and sadness and me being confused.
Says on the back, Kyle's around 5/1951.
There's these kids, and there's not enough families out there.
Kyle's parents adopted him from foster care when he was 9 months old. They have a daughter who was also adopted and another son who is biological.
There were ways in which I would find myself being tone deaf. And it would be really, really helpful to stop and learn and not be that tone deaf way again. I agree that there are things that Black parents can give to Black children that white parents cannot give. That doesn't mean white parents can't be parents to Black children. It just means they have to recognize that there are ways that they cannot parent.
Transracial adoption in the US has changed dramatically over the last 2 decades. Adoption from foster care reached an all-time high in 2019, with interracial adoptions from the system increasing by 58% from the early 2000s, while international adoption, the majority of which is transracial, has decreased by about 80% over roughly the same time period.
I wonder. Yeah.
I felt unprepared. I felt like I didn't have the tools. What I did then was pour myself into figuring out how should I best parent this child who's going to have a very different experience than what I had and that what Tim had.
Robin and Tim adopted their son Ben from Ethiopia when he was 4.
Oh, the dinosaur ate the banana?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Eat that banana.
They also have 3 biological daughters.
Did Lily teach you that?
With Ben, there are a few extra things you need to be aware of because of your race. Things will happen at school, say, and I'll ask him questions where I'm trying to deduce without implying whether I think there's any kind of implicit bias going on. And he says, no. His perspective is still very innocent despite being 15.
No, Ben, I'm just saying.
It's not how you look at other people, it's how they look at you. So that's what we're trying to get through.
I have a friend in particular who I reached out to shortly, I think, after Michael Brown was killed. I didn't want any Black man to have to do the work for me, but I needed to hear from somebody who had the lived experience. Was I doing it right? Should I say something? Should I not say something?
I was just like, whatever, and I would just like push her away, just because I was still a little young, you know. I didn't really understand why they would do that and all that stuff. But now that I'm older, I understand a lot more.
It matters that he is a Black man and that he understands that color is seen. And to say that all people are the same or that, you know, I don't see color, it denies someone's experience. It denies the power component that's involved in racism that's very, very present in our culture and our country still.
For Kyle personally, like some other interracial adoptees, finding his birth mom was key to shaping his identity.
What's the word, Squidward? What's going on now? Hey, everybody says hi. Mom, dad say hi. My adoptive parents, they passed on so many great qualities. At the same time, they're not my birth parents. And so it's different.
Kyle would not have been happy any other way. You can't hide from your child that part of themselves.
She's African American, and I can talk to her in more depth about police brutality or being Black in America because she gets it. I describe it as you're doing a puzzle and you're missing one piece. Finally, you find it and you put it together and you see the picture. That's exactly what it was like.
Whoops. Okay, talk to me about that. What did you get from that? What do you think made those 2 adoptive parents successful in raising a child of a different color?
I think really the willingness to see the difference, know that there is a difference, and seek out assistance when they don't know what to do.
Yeah, I think you heard that from both of them.
Yeah.
And what about the connection with the biological mother?
It seemed to be healthy from what we could see.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing, you're talking about, well, the first kid looks like he's probably college age, and the second was 15. What you heard the first boy say was that color does matter, and it's interesting that they use that expression, because in the 80s and in the 90s, when I was doing some adoption work, that was kind of our thing of saying, well, color doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. That was people like me who thought that we were doing the right thing. And you will make mistakes as you go through this field and as you get older, and you will find that things change and evolve. But at that period of time, we advised adoptive parents to just adopt this color doesn't matter attitude. I would also say that in the 80s and 90s, we weren't at a place in race relations that we sadly find ourselves in today. So what you saw with both of those families is that they were willing to accept the fact that they didn't understand what someone inherently of that culture and race could understand. And just the acceptance of the fact that they couldn't is probably what made them successful. The second woman who said, I didn't know how to explain things to him. I didn't know how to say, what do you think about this? If you go a little bit further in some of her stories, she found somebody that could talk to him. She found an adult Black male that could talk to him and do what she didn't feel she and her husband could do. And the acceptance of the fact that there are vast differences in cultures and races is really important for the whole transracial adoption. What we see now is that it used to be 80% of transracial adoptions came from other countries, and now it's down to 20%. And what we're seeing is people are adopting within the culture. If you go on YouTube, and I think I have her, I'll try to find, I have another video of this girl, and I can't remember what her name is, but she's been on all of the talk shows. She's been on, what's the one that Jada Pinkett Smith does? Is it Red Table or Red something? She's been on that one. She was raised by white parents. She was a Black girl. She was raised by Black parents or white parents. And she's a real YouTube influencer. And sometimes she's really anti transracial adoption. So some of her stuff is kind of questionable. But it's just that what her bias was that she never felt that she could be white, and she never felt that she could be accepted as Black. Well, you heard that young man say the same thing, that he could code switch, but that he was never accepted by either side. But he was able to kind of form his own identity and learn that he had the good and the bad, that he was able, with the help of his adoptive parents and the acceptance of his adoptive parents, to bring his Black mother into his life. Why that was successful is that she, if you just look at that video, looked like she was a fairly stable individual at that point. And without saying how she gave him up for adoption or why she gave him up for adoption, that she was now at a point in her life where she was stable and was able to let him be a part of her life, and she was able to accept the adoptive parents and vice versa. And that's what I mean about the adoption triad. If you have a successful adoption triad and everybody accepts everybody else, you have a much better chance of having this go successfully through life. Now, think about the first kid. What would have happened to him if he had found his adoptive mother and she was in a rehab? She was still using. She was an opioid addict. Would that have been a successful thing for him to bring into his life? Probably not. He looked for her. He found her. She was in a place where she could accept him. He accepted her, and they formed a successful adoption triad. the fear that a lot of adoptive parents have is that when you find your biological parents, they won't be successful. And a lot of them aren't. A lot of them are dead. A lot of them are missing. A lot of them are incarcerated. That one happened to be a successful one. I actually think we have several videos on our Circle of Friends YouTube. We have a playlist about transracial adoption, and I believe the young lady I'm talking about is in one of those. And there are a lot of, kind of sad, if you look up transracial adoption on YouTube and you just Google the videos, the people who tend to put their stuff up on YouTube are people that did not have successful transracial adoptions. So you might find that, oh, this is awful and this will never work. Interestingly, there's a lot of Korean kids that are now adults that were adopted as children who have said that their adoptions were not successful, that they didn't feel accepted. There are a lot of this young lady. She puts out a lot of videos, and in almost all of them, there's a problem. So we have to kind of balance it with the fact, especially if you're working with somebody in transracial adoption, that look at these two families. These two families are successful because, as Maritza said, they were open, they were willing to accept, they were willing to deal with the fact that there are different cultures. Some of the ones that I see on YouTube were probably adoptions that happened in the 90s when we didn't steer people in the right direction. And we do make mistakes in this field. So, and that was one of them. All right, let's talk about a little bit more about adoption. When we look at adoption as a solution, it's an imperfect solution. I mean, it's going to have its issues. It doesn't mean they can't be dealt with, but we know that kids are going to do better than kids that are raised in institutions. We know that kids in adoption are generally going to do better than kids that are in long-term foster care. And certainly they're going to do better than kids that are raised by abusive parents. The difficulty for any of those, if you look at those three subgroups, those kids are going to come with issues. Those kids are going to come with problems because their life has been a problem. They're going to come with attachment issues. If you, and you will, as you go through this field, if you get involved with adoptions where the kids were coming from another country, do you know anything? Does anybody know anything about kids who come from orphanages in other countries? Because we're going to find them. We have them here. We have kids. I'll talk about a little bit later in this. We have a kid his name was Nicholas, who was adopted from a Ukrainian orphanage when he was 6. Kids who are raised in, when we say institutions, we're talking about in Europe, kids are housed in orphanages. And what might you think kids raised in orphanages have or don't have?
They don't have true bonding.
Right, absolutely. What we have found with any of the European or African orphanages is that these kids are raised, they're warehoused. They don't have a lot of people taking care of them. Some of these orphanages, the ratio was like 1 to 50. So these kids weren't getting a lot of attention. They weren't getting a lot of care. If you're a baby and you're in a crib and the face that's standing over you changes every 8 hours, you're not going to learn that any of these people are going to come and help you. Kids that if you are working with a family who has adopted somebody from a European institution, they almost invariably have problems with attachment. And sometimes if those attachment issues have started at a very early age, if you adopt a child and you say, well, okay, this child is only 2 and he's coming from a Chinese orphanage or a European orphanage, think about the importance of infancy to attachment. a lot of our attachment is set between the ages of 1 and 3. So a lot of these kids come with sort of semi-permanent attachment issues that are difficult to deal with. And kids that are raised in long-term foster care, we know what foster care is like. When you have children, I think it's in this PowerPoint, kids that are moved constantly in foster care. We have foster care is an imperfect solution to a terrible problem. And we tend to move kids around. Foster parents don't know how to deal with the child's behavior. They call the worker, they say, I don't think I can handle this. The worker has to come and move the child. Kids in foster care get moved around a lot. So that impairs attachment. And certainly, as we talked about the opioid parents typically give their children very little. Is it because they don't want to give their children? When you are an opioid addict, you are controlled by that substance. Whatever your good intentions, whatever your thoughts were before you got involved with that addiction, you are controlled by the addiction. So these kids really get very little. And from a mental health perspective, and this is just something that we have to recognize when we're helping adoptive parents understand what they have adopted and what the issues are that they're going to face. The reason I put these things in red is because those are the things I want you to remember, that 10 to 15% of kids in residential treatment and inpatient are kids that were adopted by non-relatives. These kids are much more apt to end up in residential treatment centers. They're much more apt to get Baker acted and end up in psychiatric centers. We at Circle of Friends are a division of Florida United Methodist Children's Home. We have been since 2019. So we certainly have knowledge of the type of kids that are coming into the residential treatment at Florida United. And there's a lot of failed adoptions over there, a very high percentage. And it's not just that particular group home. It's across the country. If you look at different group homes, they are full of failed adoptions because parents don't know how to handle these kids. They don't know how to handle their special needs, their special mental health needs, and they give up. And that's why we're here, to try to see if we can reverse that trend. We're going to find that almost a third of kids that are adopted have got some kind of a mental health disorder or a learning disability. And why do they have learning disabilities? Is it because they can't learn? It's not because they can't learn. So for those of you who are working with those teachers, you got to remember this. These are kids who just, if you're 10 or 11 or 12, when you come into this adoptive home, you probably have not had 10 or 11 or 12 years of normal schooling, of normal intellectual development. You probably have not had anybody pay attention to your mental health needs. When we look at the kids that we have that are coming into foster care, what would you venture to say is the most frequently used mental health diagnosis for these kids?
Bipolar or ADHD?
ADHD, you're absolutely right. And you know, it's interesting that you started with bipolar because look at kids that are in foster care. They come into foster care and maybe you give them an adjustment disorder. And then you very quickly move them up the ladder to ADHD because attachment and trauma and the whole fight or flight thing that goes on with kids that have been traumatized makes them look very fidgety. And we give them ADHD. And then they get a little bit older and they begin to act out a little bit more. And then we up that diagnosis to oppositional defiant disorder. And then they begin to act up more. We up the diagnosis to conduct disorder. And then finally, Charmaine hit it on the nail. We tell, as they get to be teenagers, we say that they have bipolar disorder. Now, do they? I don't know. You know, I can tell you that I wouldn't even venture a guess, but I would say most of the kids that we see in foster care that have a diagnosis of ADHD, that are on medication to control that particular diagnosis, probably really don't need it. A lot of these kids have a diagnosis of trauma, whatever it may be, whether it's PTSD, whether it's a trauma-related diagnosis, because at Circle of Friends, we don't even use ADHD as a primary diagnosis. Our primary diagnosis for all of our treatment plans are mood disorders, whether it's adjustment disorder, depressed mood, whether it's a generalized anxiety disorder, more than likely it's a PTSD under 6 or over 6. Those are the diagnoses that we use. And if we use ADHD, it's usually a secondary, because once we label these kids, then it's difficult to unlabel them. I'm going to show you another video here in a minute of a kid who grew up in foster care, who was diagnosed with bipolar, who was on all kinds of medication, got into a successful adoptive home, and eventually was on no medications. So if he was on 6 medications and now he's on no medications, did he really need those medications, or did he need somebody to stabilize him? You know what, maybe I will see if I can show you that video now, because it kind of explains a little bit of some of this.
I do have a 4-year-old who was diagnosed with PTSD, and that's so sad.
Well, you know, interestingly enough, the last DSM split it off into PTSD over 6 and PTSD under 6. So a lot of our kids that are under 6 have PTSD. The diagnosis isn't vastly different, but since we had the DSM-4, we were much more apt to say, okay, we're gonna give this kid PTSD. And of course they have it. They've grown up with nothing. I'm going to show you several of these as we go along, but what I want you to kind of look at is that these, obviously Adopt Us kids did not put out their failures. They put out their success stories. So these are all successful adoptions, but there are certain things that you're going to see as you go through them that they all have in common. They all have certain things that made these adoptions successful. And those are the things that we kind of hone in on when we're working with our families. But this is an older man who adopted an older boy. And for all intents and purposes, this should not have worked.
The reason I decided to adopt or to start the adoption process is I've always wanted kids. But being 40 years old, single, the likelihood of that happening anytime soon was not, looking good. If I had been married, by now I'd probably had 4 or 5, 5 or 6 kids. So when I hit 40, I said, this is where I might as well go ahead and bite the bullet and do it and start, or, I'm just going to be too old to do it.
You always wanted a family, but you never seem to get one. I mean, there's always little kids. Well, when you start growing up and then you get older and older and older, then your hope starts to fade a little bit.
The lady that was the teacher of the class was like, "Oh, you're natural for teenagers." I'm like, "No, I want a teenager. I want a 3, 4, 5-year-old tops, and I want a little girl." And she kind of flinched a little bit. She said, "Well, it's not saying it can't happen, but you being a single man, you getting a little girl is going to be slim pickings.
Yeah.
So let's try for a little boy." So we started the process, a little boy, and she kept saying, "But Ron, all through the class, you'd be great with teenagers." Like, I don't want somebody else's headache. Let me get a little, younger one. And the process is getting longer, a little bit longer. So I said, "Okay, we'll go to a 9-year-old." She said, "Okay." So they kept looking. And finally she said, "How much do you trust me?" I'm like, "That's a loaded question, Sharon. What's your point?" She goes, "We have a kid here in the children's home who just turned 15. He was placed in 12 different foster families before he moved into the children's home. That's from 2 to 9, 12 different families.
I don't remember any of them. It was just like, go, come, go, come, go, come.
She goes, we have started a new project called the Heart Gallery that we got involved in. And they take pictures of the kids and they display them in galleries and malls and churches. Just go look at him. That's all I'm asking you to do. Just look at his picture and see, what you think. So my sister-in-law went with me and we were going through, and I mean, it was very nice. They had all the kids' portraits freshly done. They were, put in frames. So we're looking and we're looking and we're looking for a child named Stephen. Towards the back of the gallery, we turned the corner and there was this picture. And as soon as I saw it, me and my sister-in-law both looked at each other and said, that's the kid. He had that twinkle in his eye, like I can take on the world. He had that glimmer, I'm not going to let anything get me down. So we looked a little longer and we kept going back to his picture. And so I said, okay, I'll call her and let her know. So this was a Sunday. So I called her on my way home. And I said, Sharon, this is the kid I want. Let's make it happen. She said, are you sure? I said, yeah, he's mine. He's a Hancock. Look at it, just looking at him, he's a Hancock. So she said, okay, think about it, at least another day and call me. So Monday morning at 8:30, I call her. I said, Sharon, this is my kid. So she said, okay, we'll do the process, we'll do the matching, and we'll give you his information and see if this is really what you want to do. So we went to the match process. Everybody's great match. And they said, they told me his history. He'd been in the children's home since he was, for 9 years. He'd been in foster care since he was 2. And, he had some rough points about him too, as well as good. And so I said, let's go ahead and do it. Let's, it's a roll of the dice. You're either going to make it or you're not. So they presented to him and said, listen, we got somebody interested in you. We're doing a picnic for prospective families to meet the children. Let's, we'll send both of you. And kind of find out when I went there that Saturday to do the picnic, they told me that Stephen didn't want to come.
The first time that I knew somebody was interested in adopting me was when I went to the aquarium. They told me to come to the aquarium and I'm like, I don't want to go. And then they said, there's someone there that wants to meet you. I'm like, I don't want to go because I've been to so many of them things. And they're like adoption picnics. I've been to like 20 of them already. Never worked. And this time it worked. So I was glad I went.
Stephen was there. So we got to talk quite a bit. So again, that was a Saturday after the picnic. Get on the phone with my caseworkers. And this is the kid.
And we were there and we just kind of hung out and then we talked for a long time. And then, I went back to the campus and he went back home. I'm thinking that it's not going to work out. And then, a couple weeks later, they said it was happening. So
she matched, she gave him my information. At first, he was kind of hesitant because he wanted a traditional mother-father. Then he thought, well, they talked to him and they told him, Stephen, this is a good match. This is a good guy. So he said, okay, I'll meet him. We'll go forward. So I learned all of his background. He was a rough kid. He was having trouble in school. He was heavily medicated. He was diagnosed bipolar. And every time they would tell me something about him, I just nod my head. And my insurance said, this doesn't scare you? I said, every bit of it scares me. But it's the roll of the dice. If he was my birth child, if he had these problems, would I throw him out? No. All we can do is try. And so we started doing our meetings. They do a formal presentation where you meeting, they tell, you tell everything. He said, sure, I want to go with it. We started doing some visits at the children's home. We started doing some visits away from the children's home. And then by summer, he moved in with me. One of the things I stress Stephen too. Yeah, man, you've had a rough life to begin with. Either you can use that as a baggage, or you can put it aside and move on. You have a family who loves you now. You can go forward with your life and be anything you want to be, or you can carry that baggage around and feel sorry for yourself. Has it been a breeze? No. You know, we've had our ups and downs. There have been times I wanted to kill him. And I know there's been times he wanted to kill me. But he's 15. He's been in the system since he was 2. So you have to give a little, or should I say, give a lot. And you have to be able to not be so rigid. You know, this is what I'm expecting. This is, you know, you didn't raise these children from birth. So things that you tell them they can do and can't do, they're going to test you. And trust me, they test you. They know the buttons to push. But you have to learn to roll with the flow. Don't sweat the little stuff. Wait for the big stuff to come along. You sit down as adults, especially if they're teenagers, they think they're adults, and you set the ground rules. Don't be over stringent and don't be overly strict. As I told Stephen, I'm the hangman. I'm going to give you enough rope to hang yourself.
You know, it's like you get this much freedom, and then when you don't abuse that, then he gave me a little more, and then he gave me a little more.
The more I can trust you, the more rope I'll give you.
And then, you know, now I pretty much, you know, can do what I want as long as, you know, I let him know what I'm doing.
You have to go in with an open heart, a willing to be flexible, and with trust, and a lot of love. And it's well worth it. I personally recommend to about nothing but teenagers. They're the ones that need it the most. Everybody wants a cute little 3-year-old. I wanted a cute little 3-year-old. But I don't think I could be any more blessed with my 15-year-old that I have, who's now 17, who calls me dad, who introduced me to his friend as dad, who supposedly, from his friend's perspective, you had the coolest dad. I mean, to be the coolest dad, that's pretty good. So the rewards are far better than the worries about it.
You have to have trust to make the adoption successful. I mean, you may not trust the person going in, but you have to earn it. It's like a 2-way street. You each got to trust each other, and then it'll work.
Like I said, he was bipolar. He was on 6 meds, and he was about to be sent to a alternative school program. As of right now, he's a senior. He's a National Honor Society, straight A's. He's president of 2 of the clubs that he belongs to. He works a part-time job. He's on no meds. His psychiatrist has released him and re-diagnosed him that he no longer has bipolar. And he's just a typical 17-year-old kid that drives you crazy at one moment and, you know, makes you stand in awe in the next. After 40 years of just being, you know, my mom and dad's son, I'm my brother and sister's little brother, I'm so-and-so's friend, to be actually called somebody's dad, best feeling in the world.
Wow, that was awesome.
Yeah, I know. I always start with that one because there's no way that should have worked.
Yeah.
I mean, if you, what are all the reasons that that shouldn't have worked? Because it shouldn't have worked. What about Stephen? What in his background would have made you think that that never would have worked? Yeah, 12 different placements. Came into foster care when he was 2. He's on 6 different medications. He's been diagnosed with bipolar, which I guarantee you he probably went up that food chain from ADHD to all the other ones up to bipolar. He had, what did he say about the matching picnics? You know, do you know what they're talking about? What he's talking about with the picnics? Yeah. They have these events where prospective parents come to meet the kids know exactly what they are. It's like shopping for a child, and there are awkward situations. I don't know how, I couldn't tell you how else better to do it, but he didn't want to go because he'd been to a lot of them. And as we go along and I show you some more of these videos, these kids know exactly why they're going to these picnics or why they're going to the aquarium or whatever it is that they're supposed to be doing. And they don't want to go because they don't want to be disappointed. So
They face rejection every time.
yeah, for sure. And like I said, I don't know how it's better to do it, but it's a terrible situation for most of these children. What about Mr. Hancock? Why should that have not worked?
Well, he'd been independent for a long time and he'd never raised any children.
Right. Yeah. He's a 40-year-old single guy who wanted a little girl. And he would be waiting for a very long time for a little girl. And he didn't want to take teenagers. But, and the, when we get into the whole issue of adoption, there's a thing that we call claiming. And it comes up in a lot of these videos that I'll show you of these families, that families claim their children and the children claim their adoptive parents. But how did he claim Stephen when he went through the art gallery that I told you about with the pictures and they're all adorable and they look so cute? What did he say when he saw Stephen's picture?
The glimmer in his eye, the
Yeah.
confidence.
And what else, Rebecca?
He said he's a Hancock.
Yeah, he said he's a Hancock.
Yeah.
That's what we call the ultimate claiming. He said he's a Hancock. I knew right away, this is my kid. You're going to see, when I show you some more of these videos, there's a certain element of, I don't know what you want to call it, like magical thinking, that it can't be wrong because it seems to work. But was Stephen a Hancock? No, it was a 15-year-old kid who'd been in foster care for 13 years. But he was able, Mr. Hancock was able to say, he's a Hancock. I knew it right away. That's my kid. Which gave him a certain amount of connection that he started out with, that he was able to work his way through. But tell me about the medications. If you're on 6 different medications and you're diagnosed with bipolar, and then all of a sudden you're not, does that just go away?
No.
Or did he ever have it to begin with?
Probably not.
I think he probably didn't have it to begin with. Trying to get kids off all the medications that they're on, when they finally get into adoptive homes, it's almost like detoxing them. But I mean, who's going to blame a group home psychiatrist? If you work in group homes at all, if you have any kind of, especially with the GALs, if you work in the residential treatment centers, psychiatrists have got to try to medicate kids. That's their job. Their job is to keep them manageable. And I mean, to say it kindly, I don't mean to be cavalier about it, but when kids come into residential centers or group homes, they're usually that hypervigilant stage that makes them look so ADHD, so jittery, and they usually don't sleep very well. They often don't eat very well. The medications, whether they're needed or not for a bona fide diagnosis, calm kids down. There's a value to that. So we see a lot of kids that are on medication that maybe they don't need to be on medication. But Stephen probably didn't need to be on the medications. And Stephen, he kind of said in his own words, he didn't trust this guy right away. And maybe Mr. Hancock didn't trust him right away, but they were willing to work through it and probably had different expectations than if you adopt a baby. If you really looked at the two of them, he said they were basically two men. By the time we see this video, Stephen is 17. He has evolved into a young man and probably wasn't looking so much for a mommy and a daddy as somebody that he could have a connection with. Kids who are adopted older in life sometimes come into it with very different expectations than children who were adopted as very young children. And there's nothing wrong with that. As long as the expectations are met on both sides, and the situation is such that both sides develop a trusting relationship, then it's good. But that's Mr. Hancock and Stephen. And if ever there was a case where it shouldn't have worked, it was Mr. Hancock and Stephen. But it did work. All right, let me see what time it is. Let's talk a little bit about adoption disruption. And this is an old statistic. This says 8 to 15% of placements disrupt nationally. We certainly do see that those things differ from state to state. And I have been affiliated with the Florida United Methodist Children's Home for a very long time. It was my first job when I came here in 1998. I stepped in as acting VP of residential for a while, I think from 2015 to 2016. I've done different trainings there, so I've done a lot of work with them, and they've always been full of failed adoptions, and they take older children. So now I think it's 10 and up. It used to be younger, but at one point I was doing a training for the childcare staff. So I'm in this big room at Hardin Hall, and they're all sitting around in this big U-shaped table, and I said, who has failed adoptions in your cottages? And everybody put their hand up. So we began to talk about why these kids were there. And they were there. They had been adopted in good faith, but they were older kids. They had all of the difficulties that one might expect with older kids, from mental health issues to physical issues to behavioral issues. And their parents had maybe not had the support that I hope you will be able to give them, didn't have the support that they needed to keep the kids, and so they would place them in places like Florida United Methodist. But I said at one point, you all are raising your hand for failed adoption. So what is the reason that all of these kids are with you? Why did these adoptions fail? And one of the childcare workers said, because they didn't say thank you. And I always remembered that, because there was dead silence in this room after he said it. He said, because they didn't say thank you. Now, what do you think that means? What does that one little statement mean in terms of a failed adoption? What do you think he was trying to say?
The kids didn't say thank you, is that what he's saying?
I say,
So he's saying the kids didn't say
the
thank you?
kids didn't.
The parents are looking for something from the children instead of, they have high expectations of how the children will feel about the adoption, when really they should.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear Rebecca, but she said, because say it again, just say it a little louder.
Okay, so the parents have unrealistic expectations of how the children will feel about the adoption.
Yeah.
And I feel personally they should go into it. They shouldn't expect gratitude from the children. I mean, at least not right away, maybe ever. But
And what you're saying is exactly right. The difficulty, and especially if we're looking at that trend for childless couples to adopt children, their expectation is that the children are going to be happy with what they give them. And what I always said, the adoptive parents, and I'm paraphrasing of the words said to me by hundreds of adoptive parents, but I took him in and I took him to Disney, and then we had the Star Wars bedroom, or for girls, the Barbie bedroom. I did all these things, and they didn't say thank you. They didn't seem to like what I was doing. They didn't seem to think that I loved them. Well, that's not love to a child. And the way children react, especially when they have attachment issues and they go into these situations where our very well-meaning adoptive parents are doing what they think they should be doing. They're giving these kids things. They're giving them a nice bedroom. They're giving them nice clothes. They're taking them to Disney, because this is Florida. They're doing all these things, and then the kids don't, quote, say thank you. And what that really crystallizes down to is that they didn't react the way I thought they were going to react. And my expectations were not met. And that's what we're going to talk about with adoption dissolution. It's very similar to a divorce. If any of you have ever gone through a divorce, it's the same process of disappointment and dissolution and just not having your expectations met. But you probably, if you, and you will work with failed adoptions. It's disappointment, and it's not feeling like your high expectations were met. And these kids aren't there to meet your expectations. And I think Rebecca just said it, you shouldn't expect them to say thank you, but that's an expectation. It's an expectation that I'm going to give you something and you're going to accept it as a gift and say thank you. And it snowballs from there. So
They should be asking what the kids expect of them instead of.
I'm sorry, we can't hear her.
I know she saw, what she said was the parents should be asking, what do the kids expect of them? And that is the absolute beginning of your treatment. When you first meet with these families, and we'll go over this over and over again, the first thing you do is sit down with this family and say, what do you expect and what do you expect? And then see if you can put them together. But get it on the table right away, because then you have a chance of reforming those expectations. The problem that we have, and I think you will see this, the three of you who work for us, is that by the time we get the cases, they're already down the rabbit hole. That's why we wanted to start to see these adoptive parents before they bring the children into their home. So we can get those expectations right off the bat. What do you want? And what do you think you're going to get? And how do you think this is going to go? Because if you can do that in the beginning, you can kind of level the playing field. By the time we get the referrals, sometimes the adoptions are already in bad shape. Although I can honestly say, before Embrace Families gave up their contract, we were getting a lot of referrals from them for adoptions. And we only lost one family. The first family that they ever gave us, the kid she was 16. She was already in her second SIP placement. This was a gay couple. They were at odds with each other. It was a couple of women. They were not in sync with each other at all. One of them wanted the adoption. The other one didn't want the adoption. We never saw the child. We tried to meet with the parents to see if we could kind of reverse some of this, but it was so far gone at that point, and they had her for 10 years. So yeah, these dissolutions don't happen right away. Sometimes they happen very far down the pike. Sometimes, like when I'm talking about the group homes, some of these kids have been with these families for years before they finally say, I just can't do this. Now, typically, when might you think they would hit that wall? At what age range are they finally going to hit the wall and say, I can't do this anymore?
Teenagers for sure.
Yeah, we don't want our teenagers when we birth them. So why would we want to keep these kids when they've suddenly become so problematic? Because even if you take kids, you adopt a child at 6 or 7 or 2 or 3, now by the time you always think this is going to get better until they get into those teenage years, and it doesn't. So that's why we say the older kids always have a higher rate of disruption. And it's usually because parents say they weren't prepared to take care of these kids' special needs. How do we prepare them? We need to tell them and help them with resources. So if we're adoption workers and we're just dumping these kids on you and we're not giving you any help, then your chances of success are not great. And again, we live in Florida. Florida is not resource rich. I've had 2 conversations with 2 different parents this week who had older kids who were having some pretty serious mental health issues, both adopted, and didn't know what to do with them or where to place them, and we're looking for placements out of state because we just don't have a lot in Florida. It's just not a place where we have a lot of treatment facilities. So I think one of the reasons these kids end up in places like Florida United Methodist is because these parents don't know where else to go, and they don't really have a high expectation of success. But the adoption disruption rate in Florida is not good, and we're trying to make it better, but it isn't good. And why do we see placement disruption? Well, these are all the reasons. We see kids that come in that have had a lot of foster placements. We certainly see the whole history of in utero drug exposure. I would have to say, somebody was talking about opioid addiction before, probably in the last 10 years, of the kids that we have coming in either to residential placement or into foster care, probably the lion's share of them have had in utero drug exposure, because these parents are invariably using while they're pregnant. And of all of the drugs that you can have born into your system, which is the absolute worst? Which is the one that you're not going to recover from if you are born with this substance in your system?
Would it be meth?
Alcohol.
Well, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, that's number one. And we've tried to really help our therapists to understand what fetal alcohol does. The other drugs, interestingly enough, if you're going to use a drug while you're pregnant, I would suggest you use pot, because that is the one that you seem to be able to recover from the most. But with all of these drugs, and certainly I'm sure that the GALs see this, because you see the CBHAs all the time, almost all of these parents are using when they're pregnant. They don't get prenatal care because they don't want to do the urine test. They don't show up for their checkups. They say that they're not using, and then the baby is born neonatally exposed. And with almost all of them, there's one common side effect that lasts through these kids' childhood, and that is the inability to self-regulate. And the inability to self-regulate is what makes them look like ADHD, because they don't, that's the one common denominator of all these drugs, is that you just can't settle down. Which means as children, they look like ADHD. As they get older, they begin to medicate with drugs and alcohol. So these are all very common reasons why we have placement disruption. And certainly there's more common correlates for placement disruption as the previous disrupted placement. I mean, how many kids have you worked with that are on their second or third adoption? A failed adoption is tough. It's like a death. But we try again. We try to place them again. Separating the siblings at placement. Rebecca and I were talking at the break about neighbor to family, because she had recently been involved with that. Neighbor to family kept siblings together for a reason. That kids who are separated from their siblings and then placed in adoptive placement separated from their siblings will commonly tell you that the biggest trauma in their life was being separated from their sisters or brothers. If you think about sibling attachment, it's the biggest. I mean, your parents are probably going to predecease you, and you are going to predecease your children. But you most typically are going to have the longest relationships of your life with your siblings. So if you are separated from them, that is considered a huge trauma for kids. We say that one of the placement disruption correlates is kids not prepared for the adoption, but the biggest one is that we didn't prepare the family for the adoption. And that's where we come in. That's where the whole adoption competency comes in. That I want the people who work for us to know exactly what they're doing when they open those cases, because your job is to help the family prepare and to help the child prepare. And if you can do that, you can probably resolve just about anything that's problematic in a family. Like I said, we've only lost one in all the time we've been doing this, and that was so far gone by the time we got it that it was impossible to put it back together. Which is again, why you don't want to wait. If you were a case manager or a GAL, don't wait to make the referrals. Make the referrals before they fall apart. Because it's so much harder. It's like a headache. It's a lot easier to treat a small headache than a migraine. So we try to get them early. Dissolution is different than disruption. Disruption just means that the family broke up and maybe they placed a child in a foster home, or maybe they sent the child to a relative, or maybe something happened, but we can get them back together. With some work and some help, we can get them back together. But dissolution means that the parents give the children back and they sever their legal relationship. And it's very, very difficult for families. It is like a death. When you look at Florida had 110 dissolutions. I did some research on this so I could update this slide a little bit, but we had 110 dissolutions in 2022, 2023. 10 to 25% of foster care adoptions disrupt, and 1 to 5% are dissolved. But the DCF data that you need to look at here says that 60% of these are preventable. They don't have to, this doesn't have to happen. We can help people understand that this is not abnormal. This is a normal part of adoption, and it's solvable and it's fixable. It doesn't feel like that to families that have had no education about what this is like. And that's why I always have found when I'm doing some work with dissolved adoptions, and you try to work with these kids, I mean, what are your chances after their attachments are disrupted like that? You don't have a good chance with them.
We had a 22-year-old at the school who had been through a few of these, and he lied about everything. He was impossible to work with as a counselor. Honestly, I was his counselor for a while, and it just couldn't distinguish what was truth. But I don't think he knew either. In his head, he was dating Ariana Grande. He had just disappeared into this.
I'll have to repeat this because I know they're going to say they can't hear you.
I know.
I think what Rebecca is saying, Rebecca also works at, what's it called now? Silver
It's
Star?
Silver Pines Academy. It's an
alternative school.
Yeah.
That she was working with a young man who had gone through several failed adoptions, and that he really probably couldn't discern the difference between truth and falsehood.
Yeah.
It's, what do we expect when you think about the fact that these kids, by the time they get to adoption, have already endured unimaginable trauma and disruption in their life and attachment disruption. Now we put them in an adoptive family and that falls apart. And then they end up back in foster care, back in residential placements, and we're trying to place them again. And we're trying to convince them that this family is workable. And this family won't abandon them. Why would you believe that? I wouldn't believe that either. I think that this is the reason I put this in red is that I find that an amazing statistic. If you're saying that 60% of this is preventable, that means that that's why we're here. We're here to try to prevent disruption and dissolution. Because once you get to dissolution, it is game over. It's really difficult to try to put things back together. And it's impossible for the family that has dissolved the adoption. And I realize that YouTube is a wealth of information, but YouTube has got all kinds of videos where people talk about giving their kids back. And kids talk about being given back. So, and obviously, if you've had a happy, successful adoption, you're not going to make a YouTube video about it. So you got to consider where that comes from. And this is an old Rutgers slide. I have very little left of the original Rutgers slides, but I kept this one because I never understood the thing that I put in red. Said national research has shown there are 3 valid reasons for a disruption: that you learned something about the child you didn't know, or you learned something new about the family we didn't know, or an act of God occurred that prevents successful attachment. And as many times as I have done this training, I can't give you an example of an act of God that prevented successful attachment. Maybe the landslide in where was that, Papua yesterday? But I mean, that means people are dead. It doesn't mean that they're not successfully attachment. It means that they are gone. I can tell you that in my early days of working in adoption, we didn't do a good job with these matching things. If any of you have been around the fire for a while, and when I say we, I'm talking about the adoption community, the people who worked in adoption, the people who set these standards in place, did not always feel that we had to be truthful with adoptive parents because we wanted to make a match. We wanted adoptive parents to accept these children. So there are certain things that we may not have shared during match meetings. Can anybody tell me what you might think the one diagnosis would be that would be the kiss of death for adoptive parents? If I brought you in to a match meeting to try to help you match up with a child, and I told you that this child had this diagnosis, that's usually the end of the match meeting, but what diagnosis do you think it might be?
Schizophrenia?
Well, that's one, but I'm thinking of something a little less psychiatric.
Oh, okay.
If you think
Like
about,
reactive attachment disorder.
yes, reactive attachment disorder. Reactive attachment disorder, number one, is a very hard diagnosis to give a child. If you really look at the DSM, it's almost impossible to attach that diagnosis. And in fact, in the DC 0 to 5, the diagnostic manual for kids under 5, there's a page there for reactive attachment disorder, but it says right at the bottom, this is a very rare disorder, rarely given. Because reactive attachment disorder means that you do not have the ability to attach. You don't have the ability to connect. And where does that come from? It comes from pathogenic care. It comes from you having had absolutely nothing from a caretaker in the first 3 years of your life, so that you have absolutely no ability to understand how to attach. It's kind of hard to find a child who's had that experience because everybody's had something. Even if you've been raised by wolves, you've had something. So we don't use that diagnosis. I ask the therapist not to use it because if any of you remember, and you may not, in the 90s, and again, we make mistakes in our field. And one of the mistakes that we made was saying that reactive attachment disorder was something you could not recover from. If you had it, you had no ability to attach. You could never, ever learn how to attach. There was also a lot of myths about reactive attachment, that you killed animals and murdered cats and did all kinds of crazy things. If you look in the manual, there's none of that. And the reason we don't use it is because it's almost impossible to assign it to somebody. And if I did assign it to somebody and then brought in an adoptive parent and said, well, I'm sorry, this kid is 10 and, he murders cats and he's got reactive attachment disorder. Do you think you'd sign on for that kid? No, you would not. So people who adopted kids in the 90s and even in the early 2000s would come in and say, well, she's got reactive attachment disorder. There's nothing I can do. So that's why we do not use it, and we don't let our adoptive parents fall behind it, because once they fall behind it, then whose fault is it? It's not their
Oh,
fault.
I can't do anything.
It's
They have reactive attachment disorder.
right. Once you say this kid has got reactive attachment disorder, it is over for the adoption, because the adoptive parents are now saying, tag, you're it. It's not my fault. It's yours. And you didn't tell me this before we adopted. If you work in adoptions, hold nothing back. Always tell them what the issues are, but also always tell them that these can be dealt with. There's nothing that you can tell an adoptive parent that cannot be dealt with, as long as you have the proper tools to deal with it. And that's what we're trying to give our adoptive parents through this training, is hope. adoptive parents give up on their kids when they have no hope. We're trying to give them hope, and hope goes a long way. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this, but you're all master's level people, so I'm not going to spend much. All of these kids come from trauma. The most common DSM diagnoses, there's no different in these diagnoses between adoptive and non-adoptive kids. All of these kids are going to come in with something. The common denominator for all of our kids, that all of our kids that are adopted from the child welfare system have had unbelievable trauma. And adoptive parents don't usually understand that. They don't really know what it means. If you're a nice middle-class person and you're adopting a child from the foster care system, how much time have you spent with things like this? Probably not much. Those of us who work in the field, if we adopt, we at least know what we're dealing with. We think we know what we're dealing with, but a lot of people do not have this understanding. And these are all the things, when we talk about the diagnoses that we see, these are all the things that we talk about that we then diagnose kids with inattention, which is ADHD, or defiant behaviors, which is oppositional defiant disorder, or some kind of inexplicable anger, which is conduct disorder, or identity problems, or difficulty with self-esteem. All of these things are really just the fact that kids have been traumatized by their upbringing, by their lack of upbringing, by their lack of care. Of all of the things that we can do to kids, neglecting them is the worst thing we can do. And when I started my career in child welfare, which was a long time ago, I was a case manager in upstate New York. And I had a bachelor's degree in English, which well qualified me to be a social worker. But nobody else wanted the job then. So, but I didn't understand any of this. I didn't understand that kids that grow up in these kinds of environments have all of these behaviors. And I didn't understand that neglect was the worst thing of all. The caseload that I had was in a rural part of upstate New York. And at that time, I used to call it incest city. It was all incest. These are people who lived out in the country. It was, without going into the demographics of upstate New York, it was incest city. And I learned how to deal with sexual trauma. That's where I cut my teeth on sexual trauma. I learned all of that stuff. And we always said, well, it was only neglect. Well, neglect is the worst thing of all. Because if your father breaks your arm, or if your mother hits you, at least your mother and your father know that you're there. But if your parents completely neglect you, they don't feed you, they don't take care of you, they don't change your diaper when your diaper is wet, they stick you in a room so that they can do whatever they're doing, you have no care at all. And no care at all is the worst thing you can have. So no care of all means that you don't grow up thinking that you are worthy of love, and you don't think that you're worthy of having somebody take care of you. And that has far-reaching implications beyond the fact that maybe your father broke your arm, because your arm is going to heal. But neglect has wounds that stay with you forever. And if you're working with kids that have grown up in these environments, those things are hard to recover from. You can help them, but they're hard. And these are all we were talking about this before. These are all the diagnoses that we assign kids cavalierly. If you, and I'm sure the GALs probably do this a little bit more than the therapists do, but if you open up any of these kids' files, you're going to find all this stuff in there. You're going to find all of these diagnoses. And sometimes I think, how can one kid have all these diagnoses? How could Stephen be on 6 different medications? Stephen probably didn't start out with the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. And Charmaine said it before, bipolar is the one that you end up with. Because by now we've gone through all these other ones and you're not getting any better. So we need to keep upping the ante. So we'll give you bipolar, and we'll give you a few more medications. But PTSD is the one we need to look at first. And I can honestly say that we probably, and Rebecca will probably see this after a while, there's almost no kid that we have that doesn't have PTSD. We just don't, we don't have kids that we have in care that don't qualify for PTSD. It's almost every diagnosis that we have.
At the school too.
Yeah, I'm sure, because Rebecca's at an alternative school, and I'm sure it's that way there. That's why they're there.
Yeah.
They didn't get there because they grew up to be 15 and turned into a rotten kid.
Yeah, exactly.
So what factors contribute? We know this. This is nothing new. How do they end up with all of this? When we are assessing the kids that come into care for us, we do look at genetics. And when I say genetics, I mean, if you have a very strong predilection in your family for bipolar disorder, addiction, any number of things, we're going to factor that in. But we're mostly going to be looking, and I really ask my therapist to really look at prenatal and perinatal experiences, especially drugs and alcohol, because think about a mother who's either abusing alcohol or abusing drugs. There are very few people that we find that if they're abusing drugs, they're also abusing alcohol. And what does that mean? And what does that look like in terms of that lifestyle? That means that usually accompanying, but not always, but accompanying all of this is usually domestic violence. There's often poverty. There's skirmishes with the law. There's all kinds of things that make this pregnancy difficult for this mother. There's certainly the history of the birth family. We're going to look at the child's placement history. Look at Stephen. What did he, I mean, did they say he had 9 placements? I forget now, but he said, I don't remember any of them, which was probably his defense more than anything else. Kids that grow up in foster care have multiple placements. They have multiple school placements. Think about if you are a case manager and you get a case, and that kid comes with a foster parent, kid comes with a school placement, a daycare placement, a therapist, a targeted case manager, and then you move him. And now he's got a new daycare center, he's got a new school, he's got a new therapist, he's got new everything. So these kids have no stability. They have no sense that they belong anyplace. For kids in foster care is just the whole systemic issue of foster care, that we move them they have no stability, they have nobody to cling to. The value of the guardian ad litem program is that you can at least stay with these kids. But we started a program that we unfortunately lost funding for through Embrace, called the Intensive Treatment Program. And we started it during the pandemic, and it was for older kids. And the purpose of it was to keep the placement disruptions down. And we discovered something that we didn't expect to discover. We discovered that telehealth had a positive effect on those kids because they ran away constantly. They ended up in different placements. They ended up sometimes out of area. But because we had telehealth, which we always thought we didn't want to have, our therapist could stay with those kids and did stay with those kids. And we had one youngster who was 15 when we got him, although we had him as an outpatient when he was 9. So he was a kid who'd gone through multiple placements. He came to us with 65 placement disruptions, and he continued to disrupt, but the therapist was able to stay with him. So, and he developed a relationship with her because she was the only constant in his life. So even though it was on the phone or they were talking to each other on Zoom or whatever, it didn't stop him from running. It didn't stop him from disrupting. What it did stop him from doing is he did develop a relationship and eventually learned that he was worthy of being cared for, which I never would have thought would have worked for that kid. But our systemic problem with foster care is that kids just don't have any stability. All right, what time is it? Okay, I'm going to show you one more video and then we're going to break for lunch. And then we'll talk about adoption-related loss. Yeah, I'm with you. Rebecca's yawning.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's Friday. See if I could get the right family here. Now let's do children in foster care, because part of what I want you to wrap your head around is what happens to these kids.
Time when I started in foster care was when I was 5. I entered foster care at the age of 8.
I came in foster care when I was about 10 years old.
I was 7 when I first got into foster care.
I came in the foster care when I was 9 and now I'm 14. So I've been in foster care for almost 5 years.
About 11 to 12 years now.
I've been in foster care for 8 years.
We got taken away because my mom left us home alone and I cut myself really bad and had to go to the hospital. So that's how they found out.
I didn't understand why I was taken from my mother, but after a while, I did tell the truth about what my mother did.
Right after she passed away, I thought, there's no one else and I'm completely alone now.
I've been in, I believe, 5 foster homes, like 7 different placements, like shelters and stuff.
I've been to almost 20 different group homes and foster homes in the past 10 years.
Yeah, I bounced from 4 different placements and I'm in 2 weeks.
I was placed with my sister in the home. We both were taken at the same time. Our brothers were split up. It's been real difficult because I miss my family and stuff. I was 10 when I moved back with my mother. It never worked out, so I started going back to group homes. It's hard because people don't really understand what foster care is about, and they're not experiencing it themselves, so they're not sure what you're going through. So the first judgment is usually she did something wrong, or she's been bad or something like that. But it's not that at all. Foster care is for kids whose parents can't take care of them or they can't be in the home because it's not safe.
I kind of wanted to run away at first. I didn't know where. I mean, not necessarily physically, but just kind of give up.
I was kind of scared at first because I didn't know what love was.
I don't have a lot of friends in school because I move around so much. In the past year, I have been to like 4 different schools actually, and I can't stay in one position. So it's hard because if I meet a group of friends and I become friends with them, then I leave and then I won't see them again, or they won't have contact with me because of me leaving. And so I try to make friends, but it's not that easy being in foster care. The thing that makes me scared is when I feel like somebody says they love me and stuff, I'm thinking, no, love is like when they're gonna throw me to the side again and they don't want me anymore. Like I said, it's been tough. It's been really, really tough. I don't see my siblings very often, and I'm not allowed to call them.
I hate it because it's like you always have. I feel like you should always have a suitcase packed, like a mercy suitcase. Like that's how often my kids move. like, yeah, we should be put in one place, they staying at one place. Cause we do not like to be moving to, I don't know how many different schools, different towns.
The thing that makes it hard is when I have to like switch homes. Cause one home, I'm thinking that I'm gonna stay here and being, like everything is going just fine and stuff. And then the next minute, I have to move to a different home and it makes my whole transition being very difficult and stuff. And I be so scared and everything. It's like, I don't wanna be here and I don't wanna communicate with anybody. But then I have to look back and say, you know, hey, things might work out for me.
When I first came here, I thought it was just gonna be another foster home. I came in with the attitude that I wasn't gonna last. And mom and dad helped me through that. They stuck with me. They just opened their home up to me. They opened their hearts up, even though, I did some really bad stuff, towards them. They still, still love me today, and they will always love me. So. I didn't realize someone doesn't have to be my blood family to really just know that they're there for me and they're not gonna leave. I used to hang out with the wrong crowd. I used to cuss all the time. But when I came to this foster home, they told me that, your priorities needs to be higher than what they were at the time. They said like, it's okay to have your standards higher than, other people. You don't have to bring yourself down to their standards. So it really helped me to get better friends and make better choices.
I mean, I with a family that loves me and we do stuff together. I mean, now I'm getting straight A's. That means I can get into the military a little bit easier. And they support me all the way.
I found that my foster mom, who showed me love unconditionally. And even though I act hard-headed sometimes and act a fool, but she still gave me love. She looked after me. She was my guardian angel. And she was a prayer come true.
We want to be able to feel secure somewhere. You move them around all the time, then they're never going to feel like they have a home anywhere.
I want a permanent home, not just moving around place to place. And I like the foster home, man. I don't want to move. They're nice people.
I would love to have a permanent home. Like, it's not fun to go from place to place and think that, will I be going back to that home or am I gonna go to another home? Like, it's kind of hard to know, like, to think that you're not gonna know where you're gonna be at today or tomorrow. It could be completely different. And so it's just hard. It's kind of impossible at my age to really find someone to actually adopt and whatnot. It kind of hurts. I wish there was just some magic answer that you could just, but there's not. And I just feel like I've had to grow up really fast. And a lot of the kids in my high school really don't understand a lot of the things that I go through. And it's really hard for them to actually put themselves in my shoes because I try to talk about just certain things like, well, I can't just go to your house. I have to fill out visit forms. I have to have all like background checks, everything that very different from, I don't want to say real teenagers, but it's not, I don't feel like a teenager anymore. I feel kind of, you're different than the other kids at school who aren't in foster care.
I've never really respected any adult figures in my entire life. And since I got in foster care, I can actually have some respect and follow rules and things.
gained a lot of respect for people that are foster parents because they have so much love in them. They're like angels. They're like guardian angels, you know. We need more people like foster parents, like good foster parents out there for people to, because there's a lot of kids like us that we just want a little bit of love, and anyone that can take in people to their, taking foster kids to their home, they're probably the best people I'll ever meet.
Excuse me, some of what I want us to get out of this is to really understand the kids that we are working with, because for most of us, that hasn't been our upbringing. It hasn't been our worldview. Uh, Hopefully, most of us grew up in quasi-normal households. But what was the kind of the common theme that you heard those kids saying? Because they pretty much all said the same thing. What did they not like about foster care?
Instability.
Instability, yeah. You know, you heard them say it in different ways. But they didn't like being moved around. What was it? One kid said you have to have like a rescue emergency bag because you can get moved at the drop of a hat. And we don't like to be moved around all the time. And that was just kind of that sort of theme of instability. And you also heard the girl who was sitting outside with the bugs flying around her hair, talking about that she couldn't make friends. I mean, friends are everything in high school, and that she would start to make friends and then she would get moved. So then she would have to give up those friends, and she couldn't see her siblings, and she wasn't allowed to call her siblings, which one wonders where that came from. The girl whose mother died, talking about how her life was she was not a normal teenager. Now, this was probably filmed a little bit ago. Florida does have what's called normalcy laws now for kids in foster care, where there was a time, and she talked about having to get visitation forms. She couldn't go to somebody's house to watch a movie because they had to do a background check. And some of that has eased up in Florida. Excuse me, I don't know about other states. But when we try to, with the normalcy laws, we try to let kids be a little bit more normal and have some kind of a quasi-normal childhood. But they just all kind of talk about being different, being afraid that people aren't going to love them. And then as you watch this go on, then they begin to talk about, well, I did something bad and she still didn't move me. Um, I think because I've seen this video many times, that it starts out with all the bad things. And then at the end, the girl who says, I never trusted an adult in my life, says foster parents are angels. So I don't know how she made that leap from never trusting anybody to foster parents are angels. But kids in foster care, especially older kids, have had plenty of time to experience all of the negative things about foster care. Even if there are wonderful foster parents, and God knows there are, these are kids who have experienced the other side of this. So, all right, it's 10 of 12. Why don't we take our lunch break? Why don't you guys come back at 20 after 12 and we will continue on. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Now remember to stop the recording. All right, I just wanted to show you guys the YouTube channel. If you go on Circle of Friends Services YouTube channel, we have a lot of playlists. And the way this started back in 2017 is that we decided we were going to put together a series of playlists for adoptive parents. These are all the playlists that we did put together, put a lot of it together during the pandemic because you were all on Zoom with your kids. And so we put all these books together so you could use them on Zoom because you weren't able to come in and take them out of the clinical library anymore. But this is the playlist that we put together for adoptive parents. They're all shorts. And the search is the one that really we use the most because we do talk a lot about the fact that adoptive kids are invariably going to look for their biological parents, especially as they get a little bit older. And there's nothing abnormal about it. If you think about yourself, if you didn't know what nationality you were, you didn't know where you came from, maybe you didn't want to know what your mother or your father looked like, it's pretty normal to want to search your roots. So as we began to do the work, we began to add more things up here. The hyperactive child, why kids don't attach. I think the last one I did here is the sexual safety plan. And we use that one a lot in training. But this is the girl that I'm talking to you about. I'll show you a little bit of her. She's on all over YouTube.
There are more Korean adoptees like him in the US than any other group. An effort started right here in the Pacific Northwest. Yet even after 5 decades, adoptees like her still face discrimination, experiences her family in Iowa didn't share and didn't help her prepare for. When you were growing up, did you ever feel out of place? All of the time. Right, like I knew that answer. And it's still happening. Kim just had her first baby Juniper, and at the very first visit to the pediatrician, a microaggression, a subtle discriminatory act, smacked her in the face. The office staff assumed her name wasn't Kim Long, and they actually changed it to Kim Wong. Nowhere on our records was there Wong. And Kim Long is a German name actually, it's from my parents. And then they clocked me and changed it only for me, Kimberly Wong. That racist assumption is the type of encounter her family back in Iowa didn't realize they needed to help her navigate. Back then, adoption agencies told families to raise a child ignoring differences and the cultures they came from. We didn't have discussions about race. We didn't talk about it. We didn't, say, hey, were there any microaggressions that happened today? It wasn't a thing that we ever talked about, right? It was assimilate, assimilate, assimilate. Pretend like there's no difference.
It's hard to walk around every day and have people see a Black woman, but for me not to even feel like a Black woman.
A white family in Bellingham adopted Angela Tucker out of foster care.
One of the big points that I have highlighted is you said, me telling them that I'm adopted is not going to help me, and it won't help them understand me either.
She's now a transracial adoption specialist who helps adoptees across the country embrace their unique stories.
It's really dangerous for Black and brown transracial adoptees to not embrace their Blackness and understand what that means in the context of today's world. Okay, Junie.
She means if you are an adoptee who's been assimilated, ill-prepared for how the outside world may perceive you, it could cost you your life.
I am mentoring a transracially adopted 13-year-old girl who lives in a predominantly white space. And she told me this really interesting story. After George Floyd was murdered, she had gone to hang out with a girlfriend who's a Black friend with Black parents, not adopted. And that friend's parents was giving her the talk, a lecture about how to act around the police. And my mentee was witnessing that and being like, wow, her parents are really coming down on her hard in a way that was loving still. And then she went back to her house and her white parents were really hesitant to talk about George Floyd or police brutality. And when they did, she said they talked about it with kind of tears in their eyes and said, I'm so sorry that this is the reality. I'm so sorry they're gonna have to deal with this. And so my mentee was recognizing and said to me, like, I don't know if I'm prepared to be a Black woman in society as I grow up because my parents aren't telling me the same level of the truth of what I saw my Black friend and Black parents tell her. Thought that was really insightful and almost unavoidable, which is why I recommend that white parents of Black kids outsource some of the parenting duties.
So I do think that that is a very interesting point to try to outsource some of the parenting, but then
It's
just
tricky.
tricky, right?
It's tricky because people are like, well, it's like, I'm hiring the help, like, go find a Black person. And for some white adoptive parents, they don't have a community around them that is diverse. So they don't have like a good friend or a neighbor that they can ask to come chat with my kid about this or that. That's also problematic. If you don't have those people in your lives and you really have to seek them out, then that also tells me that your world isn't diverse, which that is not safe for the kids.
You can love your children
Yeah.
and still participate in their oppression through the language you use. Angela's latest project, launched during the pandemic, is her podcast called The Adoptee Next Door. It sheds light on topics like birth reunions and mental health, and now the very hot topic of adoptive parents as white saviors. The idea that white families are heroes for adopting children who are often poor and of color.
Oh, well, you would have been growing up in abject poverty, and here you are, this wonderful life that I'm going to give you, while completely ignoring that they are not going to experience the world the way you do.
But my work, I'm trying so hard to say, who are adoptees outside of what their parents did or thought or didn't do or said? You know,
work being done now in the adoption community tries to honor the lives adoptees actually live, floating between identities and navigating a world that doesn't always see them for who they really are. Kim says she'll make sure her daughter is raised differently, and it starts with talking about race.
I absolutely will do that with Juniper, because I think not talking about it was the problem.
Kim Long isn't waiting around for the world to change. She's making sure she's seen for who she really is. Even with something as small as a doctor's bill, the one addressed to Kim Wong.
I still haven't paid that bill, by the way. I can't, I'm not a person who doesn't pay bills, and I just can't send him the check. So even now, I mean, it's the microaggressions like that.
Okay, I just, Angela Tucker, I couldn't remember her name. Angela Tucker is her name. And there are many, many YouTube videos. She is very outspoken about what worked and what didn't work for her in her life. And, you know, I think it just depends on where you are and how you feel about it. You have to make up your own mind. I will say I have watched a lot of her videos, and it's pretty clear that she felt unhappy in her upbringing. Having said that, obviously there are a lot of people who are able to navigate, not without some pain and not without kind of working at it, adopting a child of another race. But many, many of the videos that you see on YouTube have to do with Korean adoptions for their own particular reason. But she also references a time, and this is the time that I have explained to you, when we as the adoption community gave people bad advice. We told them to not to talk about this, to ignore this, which was now in 2024, we have the wisdom of hindsight, and we can say that's not the right thing to do. But like I said, our profession is going to make mistakes like any other profession, and we did. So she's Kim Long is talking about growing up in the Corn Belt, where there were no other children of Asian origin, no other Koreans, and that her family didn't talk about it. Her family didn't talk about it because that's what they were advised to do. So so here we are now. We've got the wisdom of what we think we know, and we're trying to go forward and do better. So, but check out the YouTube channel. You don't have to subscribe to go on and look at it. There's a lot of different videos on there. We will be posting all of the adoption competency modules on the channel. So if you want to go back and look at any of them, you certainly can. The training that we are doing in August is a refresher for those who've already gone through the whole course. And it's a 3-hour refresher. It's just called the Adoption Competency Refresher. And it's for those of you who've already taken it and you might want to just kind of look at it again. So, so the last big topic we're going to cover today is we're going to get into the core issues of adoption, but if you don't look at any other aspect of adoption, adoption is all about loss. Everybody in the adoption triad, whether it's the biological family, the adoptive family, the child, the children, biological children in the adoptive family, everybody experiences a certain amount of loss. We call it a pain perfectly felt for something imperfectly remembered. And the reason we say that is because a lot of our adoptive children can't exactly remember the people that they came from. Maybe they were very young when they were adopted. Maybe they had a lot of experiences that blur their memory, but there are no adoptive children who do not think they came from somebody else. Everybody who is adopted knows that they came from a different biological connection. So even if they can't remember it, even if it's imperfectly remembered, even if they were very young and they don't have a cognitive memory, the memory is there. So, and the loss is there. So when we talk about loss, everybody in the adoption triad is dealing with loss. So as you start your work with families, you have to recognize that and recognize that there are all kinds of loss. When we do these trainings in person, which we haven't been able to do since the pandemic, and I am not a big fan of interactive exercises, but there was one that we did that I found particularly helpful. That we had a big cutout of a child's body. We did it with paper, and we would cut the body out and then put it on a table. And everybody in the class would come up and write something on that child's body that that child had lost, and then rip off that piece. And when the entire body was dismembered, everybody would go sit down, and then we would invite everybody to come up and put the body back together again. And we got some pretty amazing results, but nobody could ever put that paper doll back together again. And so we would have them try, and then we would have them put it up on the board and say, this is what happens with adoption. You can never put this child back together again the way it was. It doesn't mean you can't have a good, happy child. It doesn't mean that that child can't deal. It means that that child is never going to be the same as it was when it was removed and placed for adoption. So all of these things are losses. And you can think of others, but children lose their birth parents, they lose their siblings, their families, and they don't always feel stable in their adoptive family. So there's that loss as well. But there is the loss of a cultural origin that we now see is really, really important. We didn't pay attention to it as much as we should have in the 80s and 90s, but we know now that you have got to recognize the racial and ethnic origins that your child comes from. There are different people who do this in different ways. I think in one of the PowerPoints that we have coming up, I think I show you the trailer from Lion: A Long Way Home. In 2017, Dev Patel and Nicole Kidman were in a movie called Lion: A Long Way Home. And it was a true story. It was about a little boy from India who was adopted at 5 by parents who took him to their home in Australia. And it was a very successful adoption. The child was very happy. They were very happy. When he turned his real name is Saru Brierly. And when Saru turned 30, he decided that he wanted to find his family in India. He had gotten separated from them on a train. He couldn't find his way back. He was too little. So he ended up in an adoption agency, but he always wanted to know where his family of origin was. And it's a very interesting movie. It's called The Long Way Home. But he spent a couple of years trying to research the place that he came from. It was a remote village in India. He was trying to research it on Google Earth because he had certain memories of the train station that he ended up on, and he eventually found it. And after a couple of years, he found his family. He found his way home. He went back to India. He went back to the remote village. He found his mother. He found his sister. But he did all of this with the help and support of the adoptive family. And eventually his adoptive mother went over to India and met his biological mother. But the thing with Saru Brierly's adoptive parents is that from the time they adopted him, they recognized his cultural and ethnic origins. They had maps of India on the wall. They developed an Indian cuisine. He had certain cultural icons. He knew a lot about the Indian culture, and it was not unexpected that he wanted to find his family, and his adoptive family fully accepted that and supported him in that. But not all adoptive parents do that. So these are all the loss that we have. Loss of self-identity is very important. A lot of people just don't know who they are. I put loss of medical history last, but it is not unimportant. It becomes more important as you, as an adoptive child, begin to grow older, because invariably you may want to know something about your genetic makeup, your medical history information. You may develop an illness, and you may say, I wonder if this runs in my family. The medical history becomes more important when you don't have any. So I put it last, but it is by no means last. And there are some really unique aspects about adoption related loss. And when I say that loss is not universally shared, not everybody has that universal loss. What is a universal loss? Death. Maybe you have a family member that dies. Everybody understands death. There are very few people that have not had somebody in their life that they have lost to death. Death is irrevocable. It's not going to change. We, as adoptive children, don't necessarily have that. Not everybody has the memory. With adoption, you often think that the birth parents are alive. So it's not, unless you know that your birth parents are dead, we usually think that our birth parents are alive. And thinking that your birth parents are alive usually creates fantasies. You might fantasize about where they are, what they're doing, which is why when you begin to search as you get a little bit older, I mean, look at the tools that you have available now to try to search and find people. You've got Facebook, you've got social media, you've got all kinds of ways that you can find some person in your past, which may or may not measure up to the way you think things are. But adoptive children have a loss that is not universally shared. And relationships with those lost people, if you were a day old when you were adopted, you still know that you've got a biological mother out there. For older kids, that relationship with that lost person can be pretty confusing. Maybe you do remember that your mother was a drug addict and never took care of you. Maybe you do remember that you had a father who sexually abused you or physically abused you, or physically abused your mother, which caused you to be placed in foster care. So these are not things that everybody shares. These are often not things that your adoptive parents share with you. So loss that you can't explain or universally explain to other people makes you feel alone. The other unique aspects of loss for kids is that for many children whose parents have lost their parental rights, many children know that their birth parents gave up those rights. And it is difficult to explain to a child that your mother struggled with drug addiction, she struggled with poverty. She eventually, essentially gave up and relinquished her parental rights. It's very hard for a child to get that concept and not say, well, what was wrong with me? Because you know that children always blame themselves for whatever happened. And it's going to bleed into all areas of their life. If they think that they weren't adequate enough for their mother to try to get them back, then they're going to believe that they were not worthy of love. And the other thing about loss and adoption is that we don't have any rituals for that. If somebody dies, you go to a funeral. If there's different cultures have different ways of saying goodbye, but there is a ritual around that. There's a ritual around saying that you're getting a divorce or that you have given up some aspect of your life. But there's no ritual for the loss that we have when we lose our family through adoption. So those things just make things difficult. So we're going to cover the core aspects of adoption because one of the things that I always find kind of funny about this training is that in the very first module, we have all of this stuff. We've got 1, 2, 3, I think there's 11 core issues of adoption. And as we go along in this, the core issues get down to 9. And by the time we get to the end, they're down to 7. But basically what happens as this training goes on, which is one of the reasons that I have changed it so much, is that what Rutgers did was take some of these core issues and start to blend them together. But if you are working with an adoptive family, I would have to say that where you're going to start is the 3 things that I have redlighted here. You're going to start with unmatched expectations. You're going to address separation and loss and grief, and you're going to address bonding and attachment. If you can address all 3 of those, you will eventually wrap all these other things in. You will wrap in all of the other things that we talk about, guilt and shame, rejecting the adoptive parents, not being able to form who you are as a person, not being able to claim your adoptive child or claim your adoptive parent. All of those other things are going to get wrapped in. But unmatched expectations, separation and loss, and bonding and attachment. Those are the 3 things that you're going to be working with or you're going to be aware of when you're working with your families. So if we just kind of take a look at what these words mean. Entitlement is a core issue that addresses the fact that do these adoptive parents and children have a right to each other? Now, where does that come in? You kind of mentioned before about fertility. People who are adopting because they have fertility issues often do not feel worthy of having children. Whatever your religious or cultural bent is, there is a lot of guilt and shame attached to infertility. And if you know anything about the issue, if you've had to deal with people that have had it, think about what infertility means. It means that either the man or the woman, or maybe the combination of the 2, physiologically are unable to have a child. For men, it can be a lack of sperm production. That can be caused by any one of a number of things, from having measles as a child, to having other illnesses, to maybe being involved with drugs or alcohol at a certain point in their life. With women, there are a lot of different conditions that cause infertility. Maybe any kind of medical issues that cause infertility. And then the man and the woman have to have a physiological compatibility that allows the sperm to impregnate the egg. Any one of those things along the way can go wrong. It's nobody's fault. Nobody should be saying this is my fault. But when you are working with adoptive parents and they didn't have children and they adopted a child, it is going to be important for you at some point to have a meeting alone with them and say, what was your main reason for adopting? Because you really need to get that infertility on the table. You need to be able to have them talk to you about it. And we've done this with other cases. I was supervising one of the therapists on the West Coast, and this young couple had adopted a 9-year-old, and the adoption was going terribly. And they had no other children, and they were doing a lot of things, what I would say, a lot of things wrong to cause the adoption to implode. And I finally said to her, you need to get them alone and find out what was their main motivation in wanting to adopt. And of course, it was infertility, as we suspected. And the woman felt that it was, quotes, her fault. So her way of dealing with this was trying to make this child into a perfect child. They changed his name against his will, and we will talk about that. He didn't want his name changed. They changed his name, and the therapist would have the family sessions, and she would come in, and they would have him on a beanbag chair, and they would proceed to tell the therapist everything he had done wrong for the week before. But it was mostly the mom who was saying, well, he didn't do this and he didn't do that. And I gave him a chore chart and didn't agree with that. And the father was trying to say to her, well, he's not perfect. Well, this whole issue revolved around the fact that she felt guilty that she couldn't produce a perfect child. So she was trying to create a perfect child. So if you don't think that fertility is going to be an issue, and if you don't know anything about it, you need to study up on it a little, because it's going to become an issue. Claiming is a core issue. We saw that with Mr. Hancock. This is the adoptive parent begins to accept the child as their own. Mr. Hancock did this, as we said. Mr. Hancock said he's a Hancock. I see this picture, I knew immediately he was a Hancock. I'll show you, I'm going to show you another video that's got a pretty good example of claiming as well. But claiming can kind of sound like maybe it shouldn't happen, but you somehow begin to say, this is my child, and the child needs to say, this is my family. And it doesn't happen overnight. And the problem is that it doesn't happen overnight. And you saw Stephen saying, well, I didn't know if I wanted to even talk to him. But Stephen had, at that point, when they videotaped that, been there for 2 years. Another core issue is unmatched expectations. And getting back to infertility, unmatched expectations can often mean what the child actually is versus that imagined baby in the sky, imagined perfect child. Because imaginary children can be perfect, can't they? But this child is right in front of you, and this child isn't what you expected. This child is not saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love the Disney vacation. I loved the Barbie bedroom. I loved all the clothes you bought me. I love everything that you've done for me. This child is kind of holding back and kind of afraid to attach to you because this child hasn't had good experiences. And the child, on the other hand, is kind of looking at you saying, well, are you going to leave me like everybody else did? And that kind of is the expectation, that you are going to leave me just like everybody else did. And if you have a child who has had the horrible experience of a failed adoption, it is all the harder for you to try to integrate that child into a second adoptive family. Family integration really talks about trying to get the child's pre-adoptive life and life with the adoptive family kind of integrated into one family system. There's a lot that goes on with taking a child from a life before and helping that child kind of integrate and become a part of the family. Now, there are many ways that we guide people to do this. Some of them are fairly simple. If you have a child who's is newly integrated into an adoptive family, we usually tell people to not introduce that child to your whole huge extended family all at once. If you come from a family system that has all kinds of cousins and relatives and aunts and uncles and all kinds of people that you grew up with, if you grew up in one of those families where 100 people came to Thanksgiving dinner, this is your cultural familial expectation. But think about what that would be like for an adoptive child coming into a system where maybe he had a mother who was a drug addict, or maybe siblings that he no longer sees, or family members, grandparents, aunts, uncles that he is cut off from. This can be really overwhelming for children. So some of what we try to do with adoptive parents, again, is to help them get inside the head of their adoptive child. And sometimes what adoptive parents do is what they think the child needs. They think this child needs this grand, glorious family that we have, that I have grown up with, where everybody comes for Sunday dinner and everybody's here for Christmas and we have picnics and we do this and we do that. If that's your family structure and you know all these people, that's fine. But if you have a child who's not used to that, slamming them into that can be a really difficult thing to do. So helping adoptive parents understand how to successfully integrate a child from a different family system is just one of your jobs. Obviously, the big two are separation and bonding and attachment. And remember, when we say kids have lost everything, they have lost everything. Kids who come into adoptive homes have lost all kinds of control over their life. And it isn't just one thing. It's not, they lose their mother and they forgot about her. I think what we have to recognize with separation and loss is that it goes on through the life cycle. It's a normal thing. And normalizing this is pretty important. It's just going to be one of those things that is going to go on forever. Same with bonding and attachment. It takes a while. It takes a while for parents to integrate the child into their life. It takes a long time sometimes for kids to bond with their adoptive parents. And the fact that it takes a while doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the adoption. The fact that it takes a while just means that it's a normal occurrence. Identity formulation, again, if you don't know your background, if you don't know what nationality you are, if you don't have any sense of your medical history, if you don't know that if you have 6 brothers and sisters out there or none, it's very hard for you as a child to decide who you are. And we kind of forget about that because we have grown up knowing who we are. But if we took all that away, if you woke up tomorrow and had total amnesia and couldn't remember where you came from or who you were or what your mother looked like, or did you have siblings, you would have a hard time saying, this is who I am. So our kids have similar problems in that sense. And here we have infertility again. Adoptive parents and children have a lot of things that make them feel out of control. The adoption process for everybody feels out of control. Infertility makes adoptive parents feel out of control. You don't have to remember all these things. When you go in to meet with, you will eventually, because they're going to come up over and over and over again. But when you go out to meet with your families for the first time, if you don't remember anything else that we talk about, ask them what they expect out of this. Once you figure out what they expect out of this, that conversation is going to lead them to tell you what they have lost, what they are grieving, what they think is never going to work out the way they think it's going to work out. Your job is to just keep saying this is a normal part of the process. You don't want people to think that what's going on with them is something wrong, because it isn't. All right, I'm going to show you another one of these families because sometimes it's easier for me to show you these core issues. I just have to make sure I find the right family. I can never remember their name. So if I start it and I have to stop it again, I'll I don't think this is the right one.
I was 14, almost 15. I was only 2 months away. I came into foster care. The first thing I knew is I didn't want to go back. I knew I had to find a family somewhere else.
Family is very important for me. I love my brother and my sister were my family, and I didn't want to let that go.
The problem was I had 2 younger sisters, and I didn't want to be separated from them in the process.
If I would have gotten separated from them, I would not be happy and I would not be a very good child.
So at the age of 15 and having 2 siblings, I was kind of at a high risk for being adopted.
I have never been married. I never had any of my own children, but I wanted a family of my own. And I've always known that I wanted to adopt. When I was a small child, I knew that someday I would adopt other children. I was home sick for a period of time, and I was praying about should I adopt or be a foster parent, and the phone rang, and it was the Department of Social Services, and they had a sibling group that needed a home. And I knew at that instant that these were the children for me. I've always had a heart for families that would have to be broken up in order to, because they wouldn't be able to stay together to be adopted together. So that's who I wanted to adopt. I wanted to adopt specifically a sibling group. But because I'd not been married and I didn't have any of my own children, social services thought it'd be best if I was a foster parent first. And I was nervous about that. I wasn't too sure that I wanted to have anything to do with teenagers or older children, and especially boys. The idea of trying to raise a boy by myself was pretty intimidating. When social services called me, they didn't really know too much about the children and weren't able to give me much information, but I knew that one of them was a boy. But I also knew that these were the children I should have.
Most people weren't willing to take teenagers or families.
It was very confusing, and I didn't know where I was going or who my foster parent was going to be.
Well, I was brought to DSS and I was stuck in the back room with me, my brother and sister. And I didn't really know anything that was going on at all. And then my biological family, my grandparents and my Aunt Teresa, who's my mother's sister, they all came, and I was told what was going on. I was going to a foster family and that I would be separated from my biological family. And I didn't cry I held out for a very long time, and at the end I started crying. And my Aunt Teresa and her daughter Becky, which is my cousin, they were over there and they were comforting us with my grandparents. And I remember the words that Aunt Teresa and Becky told me was, "You're one of the strongest kids I know and you'll get through this."
When the car pulled up to in the driveway and they were coming out of the car, I was so nervous. Older children and an older boy, and I didn't know how they were going to act, how they would behave. Would they tear my house apart? Would they set me on fire? All kinds of horrible thoughts. You didn't know who was coming into your house. But what I try to remember is they didn't know whose house they were going into either.
I was scared. I wanted to know who lived here, what lived here, how many pets. Was there any other children here in your foster care? How many people had she had? I mean, I wanted to know about the living environment.
When I first met my foster parent, I was very angry. I didn't want to be in foster care. I didn't talk a lot. I just pretty much kept to myself and clung to my brother and my sister.
I didn't really like being departed with my family when I first came here, and I missed them a lot.
I had wonderful training, MAP training, and they really taught me that my job was to see my children reunited with their biological family. And I just said that mantra to myself over and over again. And then one day the mantra had to change. The decision was now, do you want to become these children's adoptive parent? And for me, the day they walked into my house from social services, that day they became my children. It wasn't when they were adopted that they became my children. It was the first day they came to me.
It actually took me a long time to get used to the fact that I wasn't gonna live with my real mom anymore. It was actually a really hard decision. Not to call Betty mom, but to realize that I wasn't going back.
When I got here, I quickly decided that this is the place I needed to stay. The person that was here was the person I wanted to take care of me. I felt that love. So she quickly became mom, long before I was adopted.
My brother had actually always wanted to be adopted, and I was a little uncomfortable with that. But after we terminated rights, where I was not going back to live with my biological parents, I had to make a decision if I wanted to live with someone I knew and loved or someone I didn't know in foster care. And I didn't want to be in foster care for another couple of years. And I love my mom.
It took me quite a while to realize that I wanted to be adopted, and by this family. And she gave me the choice when I was going to be adopted, if I would change my name or not. I really wanted a change of name because I wanted a new beginning and I wanted a fresh start. And I want to leave everything that happened to me in the past.
The most difficult part is the emotional part, waiting for it to happen, waiting for to hear back about the papers. And we were not very patient because my son was 16 and he was just very anxious for the adoption to be finalized.
I was in PE class and we were just about to go outside as usual. And mom came in and she goes, "You're mine." I didn't really understand. And she goes, "No, listen, you're mine." And she had to say it 3 times before I actually got it. "Oh, I've been adopted. I'm happy." And I was jumping up and down, and I knew my friends and everyone else who aren't quite my friends and my acquaintances, but I knew they looked at me really weird, and I didn't really care. And so Rebecca, she's one of my friends. She goes, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "I'm adopted." And she got this huge grin across her face. And then she hugged me and we started jumping up and down.
We went out to eat, we came home, we got gifts. We have what's called the new birthday. We celebrate that. It's the day that we're all going to have to memorize what we've been through and where we're at.
I felt afraid. I've been afraid and felt like I was going to fail the children. But I think I've been told that all parents at some time feel like they're going to fail their children. But my children know that my heart is to do my very best for them, that I'm not perfect, I'm going to make mistakes and I'm going to fail, but they understand that I want the best for them and that's what I'm trying to do. So when I do make mistakes, I step up to the plate and say, "I made a mistake." And we just go on from there. And the nice thing is about older kids, that they've made mistakes too, so they understand that.
When I got here, my mom was really just pretty accepting. She was like, she gave me some basic ground rules and said, this is what we do, and this is what we don't do. If you need help, you come and talk to me. I'm always listening. And it seemed to hold true whenever I needed something, she was there.
I have special needs children, and that's because I have 3 teenagers. That makes them special needs. I have special needs children because they're a sibling group. I have 3 children. I have special needs children because they've had to have some therapy. And so that's what makes them special needs. They're not any more difficult to take care of than any other teenager. You get the support that you need to help address the issues they have.
What I think an ideal family is someone who's going to show me that they love me and not just tell me that they love me, and that they're always going to keep me safe and they're always going to be my refuge.
Someone that would just love me unconditionally. A family that would receive me for the person I am and not change me or try and change me because they didn't like what I was. And I mean, in time, I did actually change some of my behaviors.
I think it doesn't take a special gift to adopt older children or to adopt 3 children unless love is your gift. If you have a heart to love children, then you have what it takes to be a good parent to them. Because what the children are looking for is a place to feel loved and accepted and to grow.
All right, let's talk about that family. That's the Tile family. This is a single mother. She's never been married. What about that family should not have worked? What were the aspects of that family that if you were looking at that, would you have thought that was going to work?
I think being a single mom in itself would be like the most intimidating factor to just take on 3 kids like all at once.
Yeah, 3 teenagers.
Yeah. But I mean, other than that, I didn't think like I wasn't thinking initially that she would be unsuccessful. I just think it would be a lot of stress, dealing with all. I mean, it's good that the kids had each other because that probably helped a lot. Like at least, have them be comfortable in the home.
Yeah, let's talk about those 3 kids because they were all in different places. The boy was in one place, the middle girl was in another place, and the youngest child was in a third place. When you think, and again, I don't have any backstory. These are just vignettes that they put on this video. If I was looking at this family, I would think it does not sound like they had gotten nothing from their family of origin, did it? It sounded like there had been something there. They all look like fairly intelligent, healthy, well put together kids. Not your average foster kid. 'Cause a lot of times your average foster kids don't come in looking quite that good. And it sounds like there was something there where the middle girl really, when we talk about grief, she was grieving the fact that she wasn't going home. And that's the other thing that you're going to see sometimes with older kids is that it takes them a while to reach the realization that they're not going home. Because most kids would rather be with a bad parent than a good adoptive parent. Most kids want to be with their family of origin. So even if the family of origin is terrible, and it doesn't exactly sound like this family was, she was still grieving the fact that she wasn't going home. And the other thing that I thought was interesting is that obviously there was a family of origin there that was there and perhaps unable to care for them, but they were there. So these were not kids who had had nothing in a family of origin or in a caretaking parent. But for whatever the reason, the father was never mentioned and the mother's rights were terminated. So you also have a boy who said, I always wanted to be adopted. What does that mean? I always wanted to be adopted. Obviously, there was something going on there. And the little girl, I have always found that little girl very interesting because she's obviously intelligent, but she misuses words a lot, which is kind of funny. But what was the example of claiming? When we talk about claiming, what did you see in that would have been a perfect example of claiming?
The woman said that when she got the call to have like a family of siblings together, she said she knew that that was perfect for her.
Yeah. She hasn't met them and she's terrified of having them. And she thinks that her house on fire, but
Yeah.
she thought they were perfect. And that's kind of what I mean is in each one of these vignettes, there's sort of that magical thinking of this is going to be my family. And she had, I don't think unrealistic fears. She never raised children before. And she didn't know what they were going to be like, but what were the questions that he was asking? What did he want to know about when he got there?
What did he say? I'm trying to think back.
Pets are there? Are
Yeah.
there other kids there?
He wanted to know how many pets were
Oh,
there,
right.
if she had raised any other kids,
Yeah.
if there are other kids in the home. So he wanted to know a little bit about who she was and
Yeah.
what it was going to be like. And it isn't unusual for sibling groups to be in different places. It was pretty clear that if you looked at those core issues of adoption, that the oldest boy had kind of made his mental separation, but the middle girl was really grieving the fact that she wasn't going home. And the youngest child is sort of like a puppy. I couldn't quite figure out where her head was, um, but what else? What was the biggest example of claiming? What did the adoptive mother say?
During adoption.
The name change is an important thing. Yeah, Rebecca's saying the name change, and let's just look at that for a minute. When we talk about claiming, if you adopt a very young child, you may, of course, want to change the name. We have kids whose names are changed all the time, and then we have to go through the thing of getting the Medicaid and all of that. That takes forever. But if you're an older child, if you are working with a family that's adopted an older child, and the older child says, I don't want to change my name. How do you think you would handle that with an adoptive family? Because that comes up a lot. Um, Identity formulation is really important for kids that are being adopted. And if your name has always been Johnny Jones, and now you're 10 years old, and your adoptive parent is saying, well, I want I want to name you after my father. So now your name is Gregory something else. What do you think that does to that adoptive child? Do you think kids should have the choice about whether or not they change their name?
I do think that her giving
Absolutely.
was the right thing, right?
Ashley just said absolutely, and Rebecca, what did you say?
I was saying the fact that she had a choice was the important part.
Right.
You know,
It
yeah, because it's her identity.
you would
If
be
they're old
surprised.
enough to claim their opinion, then I definitely think they deserve that choice.
Yeah, I have to agree, and it's going to be an important thing that you're going to have to learn how to deal with the adoptive parents.
Right.
The situation where they wanted to change the boy's name and they wanted to name him after the adoptive father was the same family where the mother had infertility issues and she wanted to have this perfect child and she wanted to name him after her husband so that her husband could feel like she had given him a child. There was a whole lot of layers in that we had to kind of go through and tease
They're
out.
sort of looking at the child as like a blank slate,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And forgetting that this is
Yeah.
Yeah.
who has a history and has all this.
And
Yeah.
it really does depend on the child. And I agree with all of you who chimed in. I can tell you several years ago, we had a situation with a sibling group of 5 that came in. They were released for adoption. I was their therapist at Florida United Methodist. And I went with the 15-year-old girl to the adoptive worker who says to her with no preamble, without warning, well, you can change your name to whatever you want. And she looked at me and I thought, how can you sit there and tell a 15-year-old girl she can change her name to whatever she wants? So she said, well, I can change it to anything I want. And she said, yes. She said, then I want to change my name to Barbara DeFazio. And I said, no, this is not happening. But some of it is just trying to figure out your identity. And I rarely, honestly, with older kids, I rarely found older kids who did want to change their name. Where it gets to be sticky is when the adoptive parents just don't understand that maybe they're still holding on to that family that they don't want to give up. In the case of that family, it was complicated by the fact that he was a little older and the termination of parental rights had happened very quickly. And it had only been maybe within 6 months since he'd actually seen his biological mother. So he was still very much connected to her. And they were very much trying to separate him from her. And to be honest with you, as I'm telling you this story, I don't know what happened because you're going to find that you don't get to the end of a lot of these stories. And I think they dropped out of treatment. Things got way too hot for this family. And as the therapist got closer and closer to trying to help them identify some of the classic mistakes they were making, they fired her. So, which happens.
Well, I
But
think because they had those like unrealistic expectations.
yeah.
Like they had their own motives behind adopting.
I hope that you will all come to realize that these things are like unpeeling an onion. There's so many layers with some of this stuff. That family was a perfect example that she had never dealt with her fertility issues. And I am not a fertility specialist, probably none of you are. So understanding enough about it, you can get a long way. But she really needed to be able to cope with the fact that she was never going to have that fantasy baby in the sky. And she couldn't take this 10-year-old boy and make him into a fantasy baby in the sky. So you have all of those things that, say you guys are not miracle workers, you're not, but sometimes you have to be. And there's a lot of different things that happen with these cases. The Tile family, I just thought was a great example because I think Mrs. Tile had a sense of humor. And certainly the youngest kid did. So, and they probably will be okay. They had kind of they had developed rituals too. When we talk about rituals, a lot of our families need to develop those rituals around adoption. There's one that I kind of don't get. It's people who have the cake the day of adoption and it's got some weird saying on it like gotcha or
Oh, so I work with a girl at the school who's adopted and he has a gotcha day and a birthday.
So gotcha means I gotcha?
Gotcha day, because whenever she says it, I'm like, gotcha day, but yeah, that's what they call it.
Well, I've seen the gotcha cakes, that's why.
That's the one I was telling you about though. It just clicked in my head that we have to share because she cannot handle a relationship with an adult. Like she just can't handle it. She attached. I had to do a no touching rule with her because she would just cling on to me and she wouldn't let go.
That's the other side of attachment, is over attachment.
Yeah,
Because you have no attachment.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a ritual. They had a ritual which was the new birthday. And somehow, the new birthday just sounds more elegant to me than gotcha.
Day. I know, I wish I actually said the gotcha day, but.
Yeah, one of the.
Claiming.
Yeah, it's claiming. It's just, it always just seemed kind of funny to me, but I've seen the gotcha cakes too. So, but it is claiming. It is saying this is the new birthday. This is our second birthday. This is our, people do all kinds of things. They do balloon releases. They have parties. If you've ever been to an adoption hearing in family court. I mean, I've been in child welfare for 40 some odd years. I have only had one positive experience in family court, and that was an adoption. They're very positive days. They're the judge comes down, you get the teddy bear, they take the picture. It's a whole ritual around the very positive aspects of adoption, and helping people to kind of develop those things to remember is really important, because otherwise what are they going to do? They're going to remember that the last day they saw their biological mother. They're going to remember being pulled out of their house when they were 4. So helping people develop those claiming rituals is really important. You will see the same, when we go over these core issues of adoption over and over and over again, you're just going to see the same things that come up all the time. And grieving, the middle girl was grieving. You're going to see grief in different stages. You're going to see claiming in different stages. You're going to see people trying to accept attachment and rejecting it. There's a lot to go through. And all you have to do is just keep saying to them, this is all normal stuff, and we will work through it, and you will get through it. And it doesn't mean that your adoption is bad. For those of you who've gone through our 10 core competencies training to get your certification as trauma professionals, that's one of the things that we say over and over again, is that if you have hope and positive expectancy, if you tell your families this is going to get better, you got a whole shot more of getting it better than if you don't exude a little confidence. This is one time where fake it when you make it is pretty important. I think I'm going to send you the handouts every week, but you're going to find that we don't go through some of them, because what I've found more important is really some of the things that we have learned over the years. Because she talked about these kids didn't want to be separated from their siblings. Has anybody had cases, and I'm probably going to ask the GALs in particular, where you have had the issue of sibling separation come up in front of the court?
I have not.
Not me either.
Well, then you're very lucky. Because they're terrible things to deal with. We have it come up a lot. And the question that we get asked as therapists, you have a sibling, and what happens is that you get a sibling group of 3, and 2 of them are easy to adopt and one of them isn't. And then the issue becomes, do you separate out the 2 that are easy to adopt and not separate and let the third one go? Or do you hold them together in foster care until you can find somebody that will take all 3 of them? And that is like, what is the Bible story about, about trying to decide?
Oh, the baby, where they were gonna kill the baby because the other mother said that it was her baby and it really wasn't.
Thank you. For those of you who have more of an intimate connection with the Bible, I thank you for that, because I knew that there was that story, because it comes up all the time. But that's the way I think we as therapists feel. I think we feel like we're in that position of what do we say? And do we separate siblings? And all I can tell you is that as you go through this work, you are going to hear over and over again that the sibling separation was one of the hardest parts for any of these kids. They talk about not wanting to be separated from their siblings in this scenario. if you've already lost everything, you don't want to lose your siblings as well. But then the difficulty often does become that you've got one kind of unadoptable kid. And this happens all the time with foster parents, that they'll say, well, I'll take these two, but I don't want that one. And that's a really difficult thing. We had a few years ago, one of our therapists on the West Coast was called to testify in a trial, and it was exactly that situation. It was two little girls and an older brother. And the two little girls were fine. The foster parents wanted the two little girls. They didn't want the boy. So they kind of, say, I'll take these two, but I don't want that one. And it was a difficult situation. And the therapist was brought in, and it was the way the question was asked of her was the difficulty. Because we talked about this afterwards, because it was this big explosion. The judge wanted to drop the case. We had to have this big meeting. But the way the lawyer asked the question was, if we separate these two little girls from their brother, will they be okay? Well, she's not God. And I think, as she explained to me afterwards, she said, I tried to say, they're all really healthy kids. We've given them a lot. Will they be okay? Probably. But what does okay mean? Okay still means they would grieve the loss of their brother. Okay still means he would lose his siblings. And I think it was an impossible question to answer. So if any of you have not had to testify in court, that training is in October. I encourage you to come. But when you get asked questions, when you have to testify, trying to figure out how to answer them sometimes, because lawyers are not therapists and therapists are not lawyers, it can be very difficult. And she said, I was just trying to say, I don't know, I think they will. And they did separate them. And that was a few years ago, and I don't know how that story ended either. But we and you as GALs, I'm sure, will get asked to give opinions on a lot of things that are only God can answer. We don't know. We know that sibling separation is bad for kids. We know that in general, we need to be able to try to maintain contact. Now, what often happens is that the two parents say, oh, I'll keep them in contact with each other. We'll have birthday parties together. We'll do this. They never do it. So everybody ends up losing something. So the difficulty with any of those situations is trying to figure out, is there going to be harm to be separated from your siblings? Yes, there will. Is the greater harm that you don't get adopted at all? Charmaine, tell me what the name of that story is, so the next time I tell this, I'll be more educated.
Well, it's two women that both had babies the same night. One died in the night, and so when her baby died, she switched the babies. So when she switched the babies and they woke up in the morning, the other mother realized that was her baby, and she said no. So they took it to the king, and the king said, okay,
Right.
they're both saying, I'm the mother, I'm the mother. The king says, okay, he got a sword out and he says, okay, let's just cut the baby in half and give each one half. And the real mother said, no, let her have the baby. And the king knew by then that she was the real mother, because the other mother was fine with the baby being cut in half.
Well, now I have that recorded, Charmaine, so now I won't have to remember that the next time. Thank you very much. That wasn't
I'll find where it is in the scripture.
wasn't King Solomon?
Probably was Solomon, probably was.
I think it was.
Yeah.
That's how I've always thought of the story.
All right. Well, you told it very well. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to do one more thing here. And I'm trying to think if this is, I'm going to make sure I get you the right one here. Let me just see if this is the one I want to show you.
The first time that I was really in foster care for a long time was.
Oh, yeah, this is the one I want to show you. I want you to see this guy, because this guy just breaks my heart every time I see this. And when we talk about separating siblings and what was the best, or was this the best thing for them? This is the killer.
The first time that I was really in foster care for a long time was. I was probably in the summer of my 6th grade year. And me and my sister got taken away. We got sent to a group home first. So actually, it was like a shelter home. And we were there for probably only a month, and we got placed together as a family because they wanted to place us together. And it took them a month. So we finally got placed in a home together, and things didn't work out for me, but it worked out for my sister. And she said that she didn't want me because I wasn't like her type of foster kid. Like, she liked my sister because my sister was more secluded into herself, you know, and didn't like to do things. And I was the more energetic one that wanted to go out and do things. And she said I was too hard to keep track of. So I got sent to a different home. When actually, I'm kind of glad that I did get sent to a different home, because the next home I went to, I was more free to be myself. And I was encouraged to go out and do things instead of being hindered by them. And my mom during that time was trying to fight for us to come back or whatever. And I really didn't understand why, because of all the years. And I don't even know why we finally got to go back home. But in the beginning of my 8th grade year, we did finally get to come back home. And it's all really good. Like, the first time you come back home when the worker's in there, it was like perfect. Like, I couldn't remember anything. It felt so good to be home. And then all of a sudden when they left, things just went downhill so fast. And I remember my 9th grade being so horrible. And I remember getting very depressed. I really wasn't myself. I remember that I really did. I wanted to kill myself. And I did try one time. And then I actually threw up all the pills that I took. And I think it was after that moment where I realized that where I was at was not where I wanted to go. And I almost failed out my freshman year because of all the problems I had at home. And one day I got beat really bad by my mom, and I decided that I had had enough. And I was going to be the strong person, and I left my home out in the country, and I walked out to the highway and hitched a ride to the police station and got sent back with the same home I was in before. And because there, I felt like I was more in a family than I was at my own home. Because that to me, like, I missed that the whole time. And when I was back in that home, I wanted to be adopted. I did. And I was told, I was about 15 at that time. I had just turned 15 probably 15 and a half. I said I wanted to get adopted, and they told me I was too old to be adopted and that nobody would want me. And I said, and that's what I asked. I said, why can't I be adopted? They never even tried because they said I was too old, even though I wanted to. Actually, it felt like they were saying that I wasn't worth their time to become adopted. Like, they didn't want to go through the court and the paperwork or terminate my mom's rights and to go through that for me, even though that I wanted it really bad. And they kept trying to reunify me with my mother, and I kept telling them, I don't want to be reunified. I left home because I don't want to be there. So after that, I think I just kind of gave up because so many were telling me, you know, that it won't happen for me. But I think I made a better of it because when I turned my whole high school around. After that, my freshman year, I had nothing but A's and B's until my senior year. And I had maybe a 1 point, like I had horrible freshman year, but I ended up graduating with a 3.4 after my freshman year. And I participated in sports and I was in different groups or whatever, kept myself busy. And I think that's what really, and I was supported in doing it. Like they were like, you should really think about doing that. You need to go do that. And what was important for me in that is that my foster parents actually went to like my track meets and watched me and cheered on for me. And it felt me like my parents never did that for me. And it was like, that for me was like something a parent do. Like when they were so proud of me, like when I get done running and I win a medal and they're like, I'm so proud of you. And the first time it happened to me, I cried. It was just wonderful. And that's what made me realize that she was my mom. Like, just like, I don't need to be adopted anymore to feel like that that's my home. And I'm aged out now. I've been aged out for a year. And I go there for Christmas now. And I was there for Easter, you know, that's my home. I go there once a week, you know, and I have a son now. And my foster mom, you know, she's his grandma.
I came into foster care because my mom was 15 years old when she gave birth to me, and about several years later, she had my little brother. And she left me for days unnumbered to take care of my brother because she walked out and left us as a result of her addiction to heroin. I know my mom loved me very much because when I came into foster care, they say that I had a very large vocabulary. And you don't develop that on your own. It's obvious that my mother spent a lot of time with me in spite of her drug addiction. One of the things that was really sad, though, is that as a result of being in foster care, we moved around a lot. We were moved from home to home and rejected quite a bit. I still live a lot with that pain. The thought of moving from house to house and going through that, whenever I think of those times, I often think about the numbers of children who still go through that. I think about it because of how it affects me today in my relationships and how I view and approach life. The passion that I bring to the things that matter most to me. I also remember the hope that I had for the many times that families came forward and there was interest expressed in possibly my brother and I getting adopted. And I remember the excitement that people expressed when they saw us and they thought that we were cute little boys while we were cute when we were 12 and 9 years old. And I remember the things that they would say about how we look like this relative or look like that relative, and how that would just give me so much encouragement and hope because I thought I might get my chance at a family. And I remember the disappointments when it didn't happen. I often wondered why. Why, when I was placed in a home, someone might send me back because maybe I wasn't the kind of kid that might tell the truth all the time, or I was a kid who stole things from time to time, or I would act out in different ways. And I felt bad because when I would get kicked out of a home, I would look at my little brother and realize that it was often my fault that we were being thrown out of a home. And those feelings again of moving from place to place and feeling a bit unsettled made it very hard for me to trust people. And so I guess as I went through my life growing up and then eventually having to be separated from my brother because we wanted to make sure he had the best chance of getting a family. And ultimately, fortunately, he did. My brother ultimately did get adopted, and it hurt him that we couldn't be adopted together. He's a grown man now, and he wonders, even as a grown man, why was he left? While he had the satisfaction of getting a home, he feels that he was left. So there was a price paid that we had to be separated, even though he had a family. I went through the rest of my life feeling as if I wasn't quite good enough, feeling that there was something really wrong with me because I never did get a family. And I know that there are hundreds of children out there, hundreds of thousands of children out there who beat themselves up because they really wonder, why aren't they good enough to get a home? Something that every child deserves. It's a basic human right for children to have childhoods, to not have to worry and wonder, why don't they have family? Why don't they have a mom and a dad, or an aunt and an uncle? Some kind of security of family, so that they can thrive and grow up to be the best kind of people that they can be. I struggled with that. I tried to dig deep within so that in spite of it, I can be the best person that I can be. And so ultimately, I was determined to prove people wrong. I wanted to make sure that I would be in a position one day to care for my brother if something could happen, if something happened to him, and to care for my other siblings that came along afterwards. So ultimately, I did do that. I went on and I graduated from high school in spite of all the moves, and that resulted in me having to go to 6 different high schools. And I graduated on time as my class valedictorian. I went on to college and I got a degree in health and human services. And then I went on and received another degree in healthcare management and another graduate degree in management, and had a successful career in the Navy, and went on and just other great jobs, and became an advocate for children, although that was never my intention, but found that I really needed to do that because I wanted people to understand the pain and to understand the possibilities at the same time that all of the children who are waiting have. And I often wonder now that although I never did get that family, that when people look at me and they see that I actually became the director of a major foundation, that I was the chief of staff in the mayor's office in Washington, D.C., and that now that I run a major advocacy organization, I actually wonder, who wouldn't want to call me son now? Who wouldn't be proud of having me as a part of their family? And how many children out there would say the same?
I know.
Oh. Whew.
Is that you, Charmaine?
Yeah. Oh, my.
You know, I don't show that to bring you all to your knees. But having been in this field for as long as I have, I know that no matter what we do, no matter how we try, that this, this affects the lifelong cycle of these. I mean, look at how successful this guy was. And yet he still wonders why he wasn't good enough to have a family. We do the best we can in this field to try to help kids to understand that they are worthy. But how do you explain that? He was a perfect example of the older kid that acted up just a little bit, so they didn't want him. They wanted the younger brother. And even though they separated them and the younger brother is happy and has a good life, he still wonders why he had to be separated. And those pains last a lifetime. And that's why I think our work is so important. It's so important that we try to do what we can to get kids into adoptive homes, to get those adoptive homes to be successful. I certainly know that the GALs are called on very often to give their opinions about where kids should go and should they be separated from siblings and is this a good placement? And you have to understand that you're not gods either. You have to make the best decisions that you can make based on what you know at the time. I am not afraid to say that after all the years I've done this, we've made mistakes in the therapeutic community. We made mistakes when we told white parents to forget that their Black adoptive children were Black. That was a big mistake. We made mistakes when we said, well, it's okay, you know, we'll separate the siblings because they won't notice. They do notice. Even the babies notice. So all we can do if we've made mistakes is to go forward and to try to not make them again, try to learn from the mistakes and go forward and be where we are, which is really why I do these trainings over and over and over again, because I have learned from the mistakes that we made at the time. And I want us to be better. I want us to do a better job now and to do the best that we can do. So, any comments other than I could hear Charmaine sighing in the background?
I've
About
actually seen that video before in one of my classes.
the killer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, the first girl is in the other one too. She shows up in the other video because she was talking about being removed from her mother and that it didn't work out and so forth. I think that this guy is just so interesting because he's so successful and sometimes if you're going to channel your positivity that way, of course, you're going to come out better looking, but you could tell that his inner self was just not where you would want it to be. For all of the good that he's done for himself and for others, that he's still kind of feeling like, why wasn't I good enough? So what we try
Yeah,
to
he was like insinuating that and that he like still struggled with his like interpersonal relationships.
yeah. Yeah, and we see that all the time. You know, we see that if you've been in the field long enough and you kind of meet people afterwards, after they've gone through what they've gone through, and you've done your best for them, and they've gone on to adopt and so forth. I've talked to many people that are now adults that can say, "Yeah, I mean, my life is good, but I still wonder why did this happen." And we have to get better about trying to explain it to them. Although the child welfare system is an imperfect system, and a lot of what happens to these kids happens because of the child welfare system. I think when the girl was saying that nobody would let her be adopted, I turned around to Rebecca and said, we make so many mistakes, and we have made so many mistakes that, and you wonder who would come and say to a 15-year-old girl, nobody's going to want you. And yet things like that do happen. So we can't undo other people's mistakes. All we can do is to try not to make any more of our own. So um, we're going to stop at this point. I don't want to get into the next section. And like I said, don't get scared if I send you out the handouts and they've got 150 slides because we don't go through all of them. But I want you to come out of this knowing how to approach adoptive families, understanding what kids go through and the long-lasting scars of being removed and placed in foster care and bounced around and moved from home to home, and then hopefully eventually adopted. Once you have finally gotten to that adoptive home, we can help the adoptive family not make any more mistakes. So let that be our goal. And I thank you all for coming in on time today. That is a big help because obviously we move these things to Friday and nobody wants to get stuck in Friday traffic. So we will get together next Friday at 9, yes?
Well, let me just say
Yes.
one thing. I've been called to jury duty next week. So
Okay.
I don't know if I'll have to go or not. I can't find out until Sunday night.
Uh,
But I've never been called and I've never been there more than one day, so I should be fine by Friday.
Well, good. I mean, after the experience yesterday, watching those jurors, I think that's a really tough thing to do. So, I've never been called to jury duty. I've lived here for 25 years. So yeah, I don't know where they find the list, but it seems like once they get you, they get you. So
Yeah, they get me. So many times they've called me.
Ashley, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I was just gonna say that I'll see you next week.
Okay, very good. I will see
Very
everybody
good.
next week.
Very good training, and thank you
Bye,
so
have a
much
good
for allowing us
weekend.
guardian ad litem
Yeah,
volunteers to
thank
be.
you so much.
We're happy to have you. See you next week.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.